Medical disclaimer. The content of this video is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition, and always get proper treatment for serious medical conditions. Legal disclaimer. Use legal measures only to combat the virus and cooperate with government officials, first responders and healthcare workers to make the coronavirus a thing of the past and create a perfect society ASAP. Use common sense, logic and help your fellow humans, if necessary also to lower the risk of being vaccinated mandatorily ourselves and to end the pandemic as soon as possible. The objective of my videos is not to slander people nor to incite or trigger people, but to do the opposite, exposing it when people are wrongly accused and to create universal peace, world peace or just peace on earth. People are innocent till proven guilty in the court of law. One who knows of evidence must testify, not to convict anyone without a fair trial. Greetings, superior beings, greetings, supreme being. We are all the human race, our common enemy is death. Welcome on Perfect Society. Peace, y'all. I just wanted to do that. I'm Ulrich Hofman, and this is the broadcast. Disclaimers is off, of course. Second coronavirus wave, prevent a lockdown. Tweede coronavirusgolf, voorkom een lockdown. So here we see a graphic. Perhaps it's best if I start talking about that first. I have several things that I've prepared for this broadcast. Let's see. I will cover this article. This was the original article. On Wel.nl, and I'll do an English version of that. It seems reasonable, first two lines. Germany's leading virologist warns of, quote, more powerful second corona wave starting everywhere at once, unquote, 25th of April 2020. And there are other versions of this. Germany's COVID-19 expert for many, I'm the evil guy crippling the economy. So they admit that it does have crippling effects, basically. Is my mic hanging? When I switch to the other one, then it's hanging for a while. I don't know if that's coming through the audio. Let me know in the chat if I'm understandable, if anything's hanging. If things are not working or sound is off, please let me know in the chat. Though I'm not constantly watching that, perhaps I should have that on all the time. Hi bro, hi Tony. So yeah, I'll give you a wrench, whoever you are. Then you can post messages. But please don't censor anybody unless they're writing something illegal. If they're writing kill such and such, etc., then censor it. So basically, the virologist working with Merkel thinks there will be a second wave that will start at the same time everywhere. Second coronavirus wave that starts everywhere at the same time. So I'll get to that later. The important point is basically, how can everybody be so convinced that it cannot be a bioweapon? Not everybody is convinced. Of course, in the Senate, some people have also talked about this possibility. And is it possible to prove or disprove that it's a bioweapon, and how would you do that? Because if they cannot prove or disprove it, then why do they have such a strong opinion about this matter? So what I'll start with is an intro, basically. RATG 13, the undeniable evidence that the Wuhan coronavirus is man-made, is an article that I was reading. So I'll get into this. This one looks nicer. This is a different version of it. And they're messing with my PC, so you can see that it's hanging regularly. Let's see if there are dropped frames. No dropped frames. 0.0%. Anyway, they can do that. They can let our computer hang indefinitely. So that's another way to tyrannize people. And they do that with wireless energy, the scalar wave technology of Nikola Tesla. More about it in my video about scalar wave patterns on my channels. This is Perfect Society on YouTube, and other channels are Try Something.Vegetarian and the Future channel on YouTube, and there may be others that I forgot about. What is the true origin of the Wuhan coronavirus? So I think it's better if we just scroll to the end here. It shows some scientific stuff. I use this article. I know this is the original that I read it on, the original page. But from where will I start? Not too much, just a quick intro to the articles. Because if it is a bioweapon, they know exactly what will happen when the second wave will start. And they can predict these mutations. With Oracle software, they were able to do that 10 years ago with Oracle 8i software called Daylight and Promise. That's the name of the software programs, Daylight and Promise. And I've covered that in previous broadcasts. So they know exactly what the end mutation is going to be, etc. If it is a designer virus.
Let's bring out some numbers to help us better comprehend the difference here. Let's focus on the S2 protein, the second half of the spike ranging from 684 to 1273, numbering according to the Wuhan coronavirus. Detailed analysis of this region reveals that, between ZC45 and ZXC21, a total of 32 nucleotides have changed and 5 of them lead to amino acid mutations, 27 synonymous mutations versus 5 non-synonymous mutations. It is, again, consistent with the scenario of natural evolution. Every 6 nucleotide changes result in the change of 1 amino acid. Synonymous/non-synonymous ratio is about 5 to 1. In contrast, for the same S2 region, between the Wuhan coronavirus and RAG13, there are a total of 90 nucleotide changes and only 2 amino acid mutations. Here, every 45 nucleotide changes correspond to 1 amino acid change. The synonymous/non-synonymous ratio is 44 to 1. It is noteworthy that ZC45 and ZXC21 share 97% sequence identity, just like that between the Wuhan coronavirus and RAG13, so, the above comparison is very proper and reliable. If a person is studying the sequence differences between the Wuhan coronavirus and RAG13 and yet pays attention only to the overall synonymous/non-synonymous ratio for the spike sequence, nothing would look strange. However, if one digs out as much details as shown in Figure 3, any person with a reasonable mind would say that something is clearly wrong. What is the best way to interpret this? A safe conclusion is that, between the Wuhan coronavirus and RAG13, at least one is non-natural. If one is natural, then the other one must be number. Of course, the other possibility also exists, neither of them came from nature. If the Wuhan coronavirus is non-natural, then we have reached the end of our investigation. In fact, the Wuhan coronavirus may look natural even if it is a bioweapon because it is most likely made by using a natural coronavirus as a template. This would lead to a conclusion that the RAG13 is non-natural, which is consistent with the facts we have brought up earlier. No physical copies of the virus exist and the sequence is highly likely fabricated. How could Xinglai Shi fail so badly in fabricating the RAG13 sequence? When I said it was easy to type out a fake sequence that is 96% identical to a template, I did not say that it is easy to maintain a reasonable synonymous, non-synonymous ratio throughout the whole genome. Unfortunately for Shi, when she had to come up a good sequence for S1 and the RBD within it, she knows that this part will be scrutinized the most. She had somehow exhausted the number of non-synonymous mutations she could use here. To maintain a reasonable synonymous, non-synonymous ratio for the whole spike encoding gene, we can actually give her some credit here, as she did remember to get it close to 5:1. She had to strictly limit the number of non-synonymous mutations in the S2 half of spike, which ended up flattening the red curve. It is hard to be a cheater after all. A deeper reason that she and the CCP needs the cover of RAG13. Hopefully you are now as convinced as I am in that the RAG13 sequence is indeed a fabrication. The first thing we should do then is to discredit any scientific publication, which based its analysis on the RAG13 sequence and subsequently arrived at the conclusion that the Wuhan coronavirus is of natural origin. When you do a cleanup like that, you will see that there is practically nothing left. Next, we can look back to see what other coronaviruses are close to the Wuhan coronavirus in terms of sequence similarity. It turns out the two bat viruses featured in Figure 3a, ZC45 and ZXC21, are the next hits, each sharing 95% amino acid sequence identity, 89% nucleotide identity, with the Wuhan coronavirus. What is striking is the manner that the Wuhan coronavirus resembles these two bad coronaviruses, while every other protein remains highly identical. The S1 part of spike, which dictates host selection, is only 69% identical. I have posted an article earlier, where I thoroughly analyzed this pattern and discussed how it is interlocked with the Wuhan coronavirus being a bioweapon made with ZC45 or ZXC21 as a template. www.nerdwhospower.weebly.com. One thing we haven't mentioned so far is that ZC45 and ZXC21 are bat coronaviruses discovered, collected, and published by a military research lab of the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. 6. They are owned only by the CCP. Now you may be able to appreciate the full benefits that the CCP creates by reporting a fake RAG13 virus with a fabricated sequence. It would just be too obvious otherwise.
CCP, I already mentioned, is the Chinese Communist Party with close relations, links to the CDC and perhaps WHO as well, with their Agenda 21, their population reduction to 500 million agenda.
Finally, I would like to add an additional piece of evidence, which was brought up in a comment of my earlier article.
So some of these people, professors and others, think that the population of 500 million is not even sustainable. Total global population has to be reduced to 100 million. And I think it's normal to advocate this.
By someone who is clearly an expert, it, in my opinion, hugely strengthens the claim that the Wuhan coronavirus is of non-natural origin. The E protein of coronaviruses is a structural protein that is tolerant of mutations as evidenced both in SARS and in bad coronaviruses. However, on the amino acid level, E protein of the Wuhan coronavirus identified at the beginning of the outbreak is 100% identical to those of the suspected templates, ZC45 and ZXC21, Figure 4. What is striking is that, after a short 2-month spread of the virus in humans, the E protein is already mutated. Sequence data obtained within the month of April indicate that mutations have occurred to 4 different locations, Figure 4. Note that the E protein makes very limited interactions with host proteins and thus is not under evolutionary pressure to adapt to a new host. Not only the E protein can tolerate mutations but also its mutational rate is held constant across different coronavirus species. The fact that the E protein of the Wuhan coronaviruses is already mutated in the short period of human-to-human transmission is consistent with its evolutionary feature. In stark contrast, While ZC45/ZXC21 and the Wuhan coronavirus are more distant evolutionarily, the E proteins within them are 100% identical. In no way this could be a result of natural evolution. The most plausible explanation: the Wuhan coronavirus is a bioweapon made using ZC45/ZXC21 as a template. Figure 4. Alignment of the proteins of between human coronavirus shadows the ocean that Wuhan coronavirus came from nature. While the early copies of Wuhan coronavirus are 100% identity of the protein with ZC45, ZXC21, and RAG13. Sequence adaptive masters at Wuhan coronavirus as indicates that mutation has been observed for different locations. Accession numbers of viruses note including the ones listed in Figure 3, February_11MN997409, April_9:. Author's note and acknowledgement. The first edition is the analysis of synonymous, non-synonymous mutations of spike encoding gene of RAG13. This was first identified and analyzed by Eleanor D. Allens, who described his finding in a comment under my earlier article. Using the synonymous, non-synonymous ratio between ZC45 and ZXC21 as an example of natural evolution was suggested by. These addition is the analysis of recently observed mutations in the viral proteins. This was first observed and analyzed by John F. Cygnus, who posted his findings in a series of comments. The writing heroes greatly to their brilliance and insights, particularly encouraged me in pursuing this writing. These two names above are in just screen nickname, nonetheless, it seems appropriate to give the credits to them. I believed early that the persons behind these names are the most decent and brilliant kind. RAG13, the undeniable evidence that the Wuhan coronavirus is man-made by Himalaya_Hawk 2020-0502. Visit my YouTube channels, Try Something. Vegetarian, Perfect Society, and the Future channel on YouTube. .org.
So people can read that for themselves on gnews.org. I'll put a link in the description, of course. And so there are people that claim that there's undeniable evidence that proves that the Wuhan coronavirus is man-made. Okay. So not everybody has their opinion ready. And the mainstream media often has people on lying about harmfulness of 5G radiation as well. So the reproducible test we can do at home that shows that people that use a 5G cancer cell phone for 90 seconds get lumping red blood cells, a symptom known to doctors as rouleau, proves beyond any reasonable doubt that it has negative effects on your blood, on your body. It also causes DNA breaks, chromosomal damage, sperm count to drop, etc. And the problem is also that damage to DNA is passed on from generation to generation, so it will keep on resulting in many babies born with birth defects, etc., as does their depleted uranium. Anyway, here we see the Guardian.com article. So let's see if that's too long. So these people may be part of an agenda. There were 200 CEOs that left before the coronavirus pandemic was declared also. And we see how long it takes, how slowly it scrolls. Is that normal? And near the end it scrolls normally again. Okay.
Germany's COVID-19 expert, for many, I'm the evil guy crippling the economy. Laura Spinney, Germany's leading coronavirus expert. Christian Drossen on Merkel's leadership, the UK response and the prevention paradox. Coronavirus, latest updates. See all our coronavirus coverage. Sun.
So the question is, of course, what is the tipping point? Will their measures lead to more deaths than the coronavirus? Thus far, it hasn't been very bad. It's clear there are more HIV deaths in 2020 than coronavirus deaths in total. You can see that on worldometers.info as well, for example. And many people like to compare it to influenza, also because Trump talked about it being a hoax of the Democrats, etc. Many people are convinced it's a hoax. Trump was right about the global warming hoax of Al Gore paid for by George Soros, the carbon tax scam, and in reality CO2 is good for you. But the Dutch people will have to pay 60,000 euros per Dutch citizen for that, and they'll have to I'm looking for the right word. They have to destroy their homes to renovate their homes, basically, with floor heaters and other things, really ridiculous things that are undoable. They cannot afford all that. So if they're going to, they're saying they're not going to cut for geen bezuinigingen for the coronavirus. And perhaps that's because they want to make sure that everybody dies from all the spendings, all the companies that have gone bankrupt, all the people that are without a job, jobless. And they plan to maintain this lockdown, or to start a lockdown rather, that will last to 2022. The document I have about that are the verordeningen in Dutch. I did a broadcast about that as well. Noodverordeningen niet rechtsgeldig. So the article with that basically is this one. Dit betekent dat ook eet- en drinkgelegenheden van woon-, warenhuizen, shoppingcenters, grote supermarkten en andere winkels moeten sluiten. So that's Article 2.3, forbidden opening of establishments, and this means that also eating and drinking establishments, big shopping centers, and big supermarkets and other shops must close. And we find this on page 6, left bottom corner, of the gemeenteblad 2020 number 9267 of 3rd of April 2020. En that's de noodverordening van de voorzitter van de Veiligheidsregio Amsterdam-Amsteland, houdende voorschriften ter voorkoming van verdere verspreiding van het coronavirus, COVID-19. So I already knew that parts of this would be in Dutch, basically. So these, in the Netherlands they call it noodverordeningen, emergency measures, basically. So the legal framework is also already in place, and they've made these deals, etc. So that's another reason they want to hide colloidal silver. They block working cures to reduce the global population. Since the DTRA report, the Defense Threat Reduction Agency report, has shown that colloidal silver effectively kills the Ebola virus, destroys the Ebola virus if you believe that viruses are non-living organisms. And it's the Department Threat Reduction Agency of the Department of Defense, the American Department of Defense. So they know that SARS coronavirus, Ebola and HIV are destroyed by colloidal silver, and that's proven beyond any reasonable doubt, and that's why they've blocked that colloidal silver shipment to Africa. And the people that reported about it are now banned. It's part of a PSYOP. They controlled fake resistance to round up any real resistance to themselves, the people reducing the global population that make loads of money from it and get more power from that. And they've also been accused of adrenochrome slurping. And of course, Jesuits are famous for their Inquisition, but also for their pedophilia. They've paid more in these pedo cases than anyone else. Priests, etc. And religion is psychological warfare, part of their real warfare, their military order. So religion is a cover, and Jesuits and Masons are the main antagonists, according to Citizens Action Network on Facebook. The Jesuits control all intelligence agencies, and all intelligence agencies are Masonic, the Luciferians. Okay. So, how do we know this guy, Christian Drosten, is not a Freemason, for example? Or part of the Committee of 300, or Bilderberg, or other secret societies. When they're secret societies, there are certain things that are unknown about them. And theoretically, we only know about them what they want us to know. What we need to know to reduce the global population to 500 million. So to do that, they have to have a whole army of people that are involved in this illegal population reduction. Otherwise, they can't do it. They can't do it by themselves. So we don't need them, they need us. It's the truth. Without the people, the government is powerless. Machtsbeginsel. So some things are easier in Dutch, others in English. But I made the English translation as well. Let's see if there is anything new in the chat. I have to check that regularly. And to do that, I put it on the picture slideshow, so that there cannot be any messages that are in violation of the YouTube user policy. So I do try to fully comply with the user policy, and I've also made it clear in my disclaimers. So I'm not for protesting, not for breaking the rules. That's no way to stop the lockdown. Some people pretend that there is a lockdown already, which is not the case, of course. The BFT, Blue Force Tracking, formerly Blue Force Situational Awareness, BFSA, has not been implemented yet, though they have that ready for Europe and the US. And in the US we see most cases and most 5G. And the claim that there is no correlation between 5G and the coronavirus is not sustainable, for two reasons I've covered, but there may be a lot of other reasons, and one of them is that 5G does affect people's immune system, even according to the WHO document that I've covered. And it's a reproducible test, so they know that the 5G cancer cell phone radiation, microwaves, lower the production of peripheral T lymphocytes. Microwave exposure lowers the production of peripheral T lymphocytes. And I've covered that in previous broadcasts, so I'm not going to cover that again. Then it would be repetitive content, but it is on topic, so that's why I mention it. So here we see an overview of the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic. A graphic that shows how many deaths there were per 1,000 population. So in June, between June and July, there were about 5 deaths per 1,000 population. And around November, we had the second wave. The first wave was between June and July. The second wave between October and November, and the third wave of 1918 Spanish flu, influenza, around March 1919. Some scientists think that it doesn't matter what measures they take, the virus peaks after 70 days and then it collapses. And then the question is, will it mutate into something deadlier or more viral? Have they done these blind tests? For example, in Europe or in the US, have they tested everyone, like 10,000 people randomly, to see what percentage of the population has the coronavirus in their body? And have they ever done tests where they see the virus, SARS-CoV-2, under the microscope themselves? Some people must have. And I think that there is a real virus, definitely. And that may be part of a psyop, and that in combination with 5G it's a so-called binary weapon. So by themselves they're rather harmless, but combined they are deadly, because 5G radiation also changes cell membrane permeability. So whatever is in the vaccines will be driven into their cells. What can we conclude from this statistic? That basically it peaked 3 times, and the first wave was the mildest and the second wave was the strongest in the case of 1918 Spanish flu. But of course you can have, when it's a designer virus, it can be the opposite, or it might not peak a second time, or it might be deadly for everyone in the second wave if everybody has this virus. They haven't tested that, I think. At least there are scientists that claim they haven't done that blind test that they normally do. Sam Vaknin, professor in psychology, for example, has talked about this on his channel by the same name. And he has some very interesting videos as well. So I like more scientific, but still understandable for people that don't have doctor, PhD, etc. That are not doctors, professors themselves. Of course, they might like more scientific talk and debates where they talk about things and use nomenclature, words that we don't know, and then it becomes hard to follow. But I think the previous article that we've read is still quite interpretable for most people. So that was, oh yeah, we're still reading that Guardian article. But I first want to think about this graphic. Well, I've read about the claim that they think there will be a second wave, but what is it based on, basically? Do all viruses have a second wave? Or do they know something we all don't know?
April 26, 2020 12.00 BS last modified on Tuesday, April 28, 2020 18.47 BST shares 17,023 Christian Drossen, herd immunity is not the whole story. Photograph, Reuters. Christian Drossen, who directs the Institute of Virology at the Charité Hospital in Berlin, was one of those who identified the SARS virus in 2003. As the head of the German Public Health Institute's reference lab on coronaviruses, he has become the government's go-to expert on the related virus causing the current pandemic. In an exclusive interview, Drossen admits he fears a second deadly wave of the virus. He explains why Angela Merkel has an advantage over other world leaders, and why the prevention paradox keeps him awake at night. Germany will start to lift its lockdown gradually from Monday. What happens next? At the moment, we are seeing half-empty ICUs in Germany. This is because we started diagnostics early and on a broad scale, and we stopped the epidemic, that is, we brought the reproduction number, a key measure of the spread of the virus, below 1. Now, what I call the prevention paradox has set in. People are claiming we overreacted. There is political and economic pressure to return to normal.
Well, what evidence does he have to support his claim that they did that they brought it below 1, etc.? I can read the comment of the Israeli professor again. Lockdown useless, top Israeli professor claims simple stats show virus plays itself out after 70 days, Times of Israel.com. Lockdowns are useless and a hysterical reaction that will cost more lives than save. Professor Isaac Ben-Israel said the policy of lockdowns and closures was a case of, quote, mass hysteria, unquote. Simple statistical analysis demonstrates that the spread of COVID-19 peaks after about 40 days and declines to almost zero after 70 days, no matter where it strikes and no matter what measures governments impose to try to thwart it. So that's all from the Times of Israel.com article. I've already checked that in previous broadcasts, so don't know if I read the whole article, but you can Google everything. So according to that, they didn't do that, the virus does it to itself, basically.
The federal plan is to lift lockdown slightly, but because the German states, or Länder, set their own rules, I fear we're going to see a lot of creativity in the interpretation of that plan. I worry that the reproduction number will start to climb again, and we will have a second wave. Advertisement Q. If the lockdown were kept in place longer, could the disease be eradicated? A. There is a group of modelers in Germany who suggest that by prolonging lockdown here for another few weeks, we could really suppress virus circulation to a considerable degree, bringing the reproduction number below 0.2. I tend to support them, but I haven't completely made up my mind. The reproduction number is just an average, an indication. It doesn't tell you about pockets of high prevalence such as senior citizens' homes, where it will take.
So because colloidal silver destroys SARS coronavirus, you could argue the measures are treasonous measures and part of a mass democide plan to democide the global population of planet Earth with globally mandatory killer vaccines that will be administered by the military. And when the military do that, most people will not refuse, they'd rather take the shot than be shot. And they already, again, they have the legal framework in place. But the point was, the idea I had is perhaps they'd also claim this if they know that the virus will collapse, basically. They will claim the second wave thing to deepen their crisis, basically. To create a crisis big enough to impose their satanic Luciferian totalitarian global government, perhaps even by controlling the human mind with the synthetic telepathy technology they've had since 1974. However, if there will be a second wave, then of course you could argue it is the best thing to do, locking everyone up, except if it's spread in cancer chemtrails and everybody is contaminated, then that won't help one bit. And that could mean that 7 billion of us are going to die from this virus once it mutates into the deadly, perhaps end mutation of SARS-CoV-2. And that's all totally theoretical, of course. I'm not saying that it's going to happen or not going to happen. I'm just saying it's theoretically possible, probably. And if not, let me know why not in the comments, or Skype Prologic 999 after this broadcast finishes. And also, if there are mistakes in this broadcast, I can remove this broadcast or correct my error if you let me know via Skype Prologic 999 or in the comments. I try to read all comments, though some of them may have slipped. So it comes in waves, basically. Sometimes there are lots of live shows and lots of people that post comments, and sometimes there's almost nothing happening. So then it's hard to find all these comments and respond to them. And if people want to befriend me on YouTube, then let me know how it's done. Thank you all for your likes and your comments. Check if Tony hasn't written anything new. Isn't there anything interesting, some interesting article or something that you ran into lately? If so, please post the link in the chat. So this is really crucial stuff, what matters the most. But you could argue they have a point. If there is a second wave coming, then these measures could save lives, as long as not everybody has this virus already and it's going to mutate, etc. But the thing is, they know colloidal silver destroys SARS coronavirus. I've covered at least 2 studies that show this, tests, reproducible tests people can also do at home if they have the equipment and the virus, and then they need a BSL-4 lab facility perhaps, though it can also be done in another lab. That's illegal perhaps if they do it in another lab, but perhaps it was designed in another lab as well. So it isn't proven that it was, if it is a designer virus, that it was produced in a BSL-4 lab or somewhere else. For example, who knows, perhaps somewhere in Shanghai or whatever. I'm not going into that again, but it seems to me like a PSYOP, a black operation to reduce the global population. And they want to make it look like China did it, basically. And it can also be controlled opposition, so they give you faulty information that doesn't really prove that it's a bioweapon. And they also try to link it to China as if the Chinese people would do it to themselves, you know. That's why would they do it to themselves? Perhaps the CCP has close ties with the CDC and others that advocate this population reduction. And perhaps they made a lot of money from it already. And of course, we can always ask who benefits. And perhaps it is the WHO, especially the medical cartel people that will sell the killer vaccines to reduce the global population that will be legally immune anyway. Even if everyone dies from that vaccine, they'll be legally immune. So some people think this is all fear-mongering of the mainstream media to push their killer vaccines. I covered that list of pandemics caused by vaccinations, and that shows that it happened many times before. Also, The Lancet had an article about the Merck Ebola vaccine that contaminated people with Ebola. Instead of making them immune, it contaminates them. And what else? The ingredients, excipients, some call it, by themselves prove beyond any reasonable doubt that there are very harmful toxins in the killer vaccines, and that vaccine is a biohazard, so it should be burned with fire, and it is dangerous also if you don't inject it into your bloodstream.
Longer to eradicate the disease, and from where we could see a rapid resurgence even if lockdown were extended. Q. If there were such a resurgence, could it be contained? A. Yes, but it can't happen based on human contact tracing alone. We now have evidence that almost half of infection events happen before the person passing on the infection develops symptoms, and people are infectious starting 2 days prior to that. That means that human contact tracers working with patients to identify those they've been exposed to are in a race against time. They need help to catch all those potentially exposed as quickly as possible, and that will require electronic contact tracing. Advertisement Q. How close we are to achieving herd immunity. A. To achieve herd immunity we need 60 to 70% of the population to carry antibodies to the virus. The results of antibody tests suggest that in Europe and the US.
Of course, I must refuse your unreliable tests.
In general, we are in the low single digits, but the tests are not reliable. All of them have problems with false positives, and herd immunity is also not the whole story. It assumes complete mixing of the population, but there are reasons, in part to do with the social networks people form, why the whole population may not be available.
The medical cartel, the Medicartel, makes money from false positives, not from false negatives. So, people that test positive need treatment. When people test negative, then they're fine, they're healthy supposedly, so then they don't need treatment. Thus, the medical cartel cannot make money of these non-patients, only from patients.
For infection at any given time, networks shift, and new people are exposed to the virus. Such effects can drive waves of infection. Another factor that could impact herd immunity is whether other coronaviruses, those that cause the common cold, for example, offer protection to this one. We don't know, but it's possible. Coronavirus, The Week Explained. Sign up for our email newsletter. Read more Q. Should all countries be testing everybody? A. I'm not sure. Even in Germany, with our huge testing capacity, and most of it directed.
Well, if you'd have a 100% reliable test, or 99.9% reliable, or whatever, then you could say, yeah, then that's better when we know who has the virus if you test everybody. And then you can take proper measures based on the amount of people that are contaminated, etc. But again, if everybody has it, then it might not be effective. Also, some people believe that it's solely caused by 5G, that there is no virus, which is a dangerous idea. Because then they might not abide by the laws, that social distancing, physical distancing measures, rules. In the Netherlands it's 1.5 meters. So that's why you could argue it's incitement and people are not allowed to claim in the video that there is no virus, only 5G. However, if it's true, then the implications are tremendous. It would have tremendous implications, and it could also indicate that population reduction is done selectively. However, there are a number of reasons why I think that there is a virus. Without a microscope and seeing the virus with my own eyes, I can still see all the tests. For example, about the HIV parts of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that are not in SARS-CoV-1. That makes it distinguishable, and of course many doctors have seen this virus with their own eyes under a microscope. Some may have designed it based on bats, basically taken from bats originally, so that's how they know it's zoonotic in origin. And if they've done that, they know this with 100% certainty, but other people cannot know it with 100% certainty. So we can theorize all day about this stuff, but it's best to immunize and also use cytokine storm preventive foods if you are injected by the military at a certain point with a globally mandatory vaccine. And what else is important? Then they're also not going to test. If it would be done with 5G and they know this, then they're not going to test a blind test basically if everybody has the virus, because they know nobody has the virus, and the test would be faulty, they show false positives. And also they wouldn't do that blind test if they know that everybody has the virus, that they spread it in cancer chemtrails, it's highly viral, very contagious. And what was the other thing? Then they don't test people that drop dead without coronavirus symptoms, without a fever, etc. Blue lips, and some people think that it's caused by the 60 gigahertz cancer Wi-Fi boxes. The WeGig boxes, 60 gigahertz, is for 98% absorbed by oxygen, and it may affect the spin of the valence electrons of the oxygen molecules in a way that they are not absorbed by our body anymore. Hemoglobin so that means that they die with similar symptoms, blue lips, etc., oxygen deprivation, that's what it means. So my advice is still to keep all laws, abide by all laws of the government, etc., even if they're wrong, etc., because otherwise you end up in jail instead of the people reducing the global population, and then you cannot help save humanity anymore. So we have to think of a strategy, make a plan to thwart their illegal population reduction plans.
To people reporting symptoms, we have not had a positivity rate above 8%. So I think targeted testing might be best, for people who are really vulnerable, staff in hospitals and care homes, for example. This is not fully in place even in Germany, though we're moving towards it. The other target should be patients in the first week of symptoms, especially elderly patients who tend to come to hospital too late at the moment, when their lips are already blue and they'd need intubation. And we need some kind of sentinel surveillance system, to sample the population regularly and follow the development of the reproduction number, Q. What is known about the seasonality of the virus? A. Not a lot. The Harvard modeling group led.
So I want to keep absolutely clear, we should use only legal measures to thwart their population reduction plans. So exposing them is part of that. When protests are allowed again in the future, perhaps protest is also a possibility, but people can also do that on the internet, so they can have internet activism. We can have a chat with many people on Skype, for example. However, I pre-record that because often some people say something that's in violation of the YouTube user policy, and then I cannot put it on my channel. Or rather, I will not put it on my channel, I don't want to endanger my channel. So basically, I'm not claiming certain things that other people are claiming. I'm claiming that without evidence that proves to myself that the virus is real or designer virus or fake, I'm not going to assume anything. So if you have any evidence that proves it beyond any reasonable doubt, let me know in the comments or Skype Prologic 999. And I will abide by all these laws because the government may be invincible practically with their remote torture technology, synthetic telepathy machine, etc. So some people think that whatever happens is what they want, and they are also involved in state-sponsored terrorism, etc. That's clear from the US state-sponsored terrorism wiki article as well, so people can read more about that. Also Iran state-sponsored terrorism, etc. So governments are also involved in legal things sometimes, and the government is a legal person. Like you and me, we are legal people, legal persons. Alright. And the government's monopoly on violence is a topic for another broadcast.
by Mark Lipsitch has suggested that transmission might slow over the summer, but that it will be a small effect. I don't have better data. Q. Can we say for sure that the pandemic started in China? I think so. On the other hand, I don't assume that it started at the food market in Wuhan. It is more likely to have started where the animal, the intermediate host, was bred. Q. What do we know about that intermediate host? Is it the poor pangolin, as it's come to be known? A. I don't see any reason to assume that the virus passed through pangolins on its way to humans. There is an interesting piece of information from the old SARS literature. That virus was found in civet cats, but also in raccoon dogs, something the media overlooked. Raccoon dogs are a massive industry in China, where they are bred on farms and caught in the wild for their fur. If somebody gave me a few $100,000 and free access to China to find the source of the virus, I would look in places where raccoon dogs are bred. Q. Will.
Well, some think it's from bats in reality, but raccoon is basically an anagram of corona, but then it's misspelled.
It be useful to identify patient 0, the first human to have been infected with this virus? A. Number. Patient 0 is almost certain to have acquired a virus that is very similar to some of the first sequenced viruses, so it.
And that some people think it came from bats doesn't mean that I believe that, it's just what many scientists and people out there think. Also based on its genomic structure.
Wouldn't help us solve our current problem. I don't think you could even argue that it would help us prevent future coronavirus pandemics, because humanity will be immune to the next SARS-related coronavirus, having been exposed to this one. Other coronaviruses could pose a threat. A prime candidate is the Middle East respiratory syndrome.
Knowledge is power. The more we know about this virus, the better for everyone.
MERS virus. But to understand that threat, we have to study how MERS viruses are evolving in camels in the Middle East. Advertisement Q. Are human activities responsible for the spillover of coronaviruses from animals into people? Coronaviruses are prone to switch hosts when there is opportunity, and we create such opportunities through our non-natural use of animals. Livestock. Livestock animals are exposed to wildlife. They are kept in large groups that can amplify the virus, and humans have intense contact with them, for example through the consumption of meat, so they certainly represent a possible trajectory of emergence for coronaviruses. Camels count as livestock in the Middle East, and they are the host of the MERS virus as well as human coronavirus 229E, which is one cause of the common cold, while cattle were the original hosts for coronavirus OC43, which is another. Q. Flu has always been thought to pose the greatest pandemic risk. Is that still the case? A. Certainly, but we can't rule out another coronavirus pandemic. After the first Ebola outbreak, in 1976, people thought it would never come back again, but it took less than 20 years to do so. Q. Is all the science being done around this coronavirus good science? A. No. Early on, in February, there were many interesting preprints, scientific papers that have not yet been peer-reviewed, around. Now you can read through 50 before you find something that's actually solid and interesting. A lot of research resources are being wasted. Q. Angela Merkel has been praised for her leadership during this crisis. What makes her a good leader?
So I noticed that on the graphic, we see what? Showing the number of cases since the day of the 100th case, using a log scale. Okay. So we don't see where it began, basically. with China that starts at but it starts higher than the 100th case. That's also interesting. And this scale was showing this is the number of cases since the day of the 100th case. Johns Hopkins. Okay, so this is the number of cases, and this can only be the number of days, or what? So it starts counting on 100 cases, but 100 cases is here basically. 100, and this is 1,000 cases almost. So with China, that seems to be different from all the other countries because it started earlier in China. So that's perhaps the 100th case in the US. So it starts counting from the 100th case in the US, and at that time there were like 800 cases in China already. So from the day of the 100th case, that is 60 days, showing 60 days for the US. It has most cases and most deaths and most 5G, but that might be coincidentally. Without evidence, I'm not gonna assume that it's caused by 5G either. I've just given 2 reasons, or you could argue there are 3 reasons why that's extremely likely. And I recently found another interesting article about this. Hope it's still in here somewhere. Yes, thetruthseeker.co.uk study shows direct correlation between 5G networks and quote coronavirus and quote outbreaks, suggesting that they think that coronavirus might not even exist. So then I find this more interesting as well. Though we're almost finished with the article, so let's read that first then. This has some very interesting charts. Click to enlarge. Can I open this in a new tab? Chart of the 9 countries with the most infections worldwide. All receiving 5G radiation from satellites. USA, Spain, Italy, Germany, UK, France, Iran, China, South Korea, and Japan. Chart and rates of infection of the 5 countries with the highest incidence in Europe, etc. I've already made a comparison, but the thing is that you'd probably find most coronavirus cases in large cities where people are closely packed together. And you also find most 5G there. And if they cover all these people with a couple of cancer cell phone antennas. So I'll get to that later. Let's first read the rest of the other article. So we shouldn't assume anything without proper scientific reproducible tests, peer-reviewed studies that prove things beyond any reasonable doubt. Because they're reproducible tests, we can always redo the test to test if it's true.
She's extremely well informed. It helps that she's a scientist and can handle numbers. But I think it mainly comes down to her character, her thoughtfulness and ability to reassure. Maybe one of the distinguishing features of a good leader is that they are not using this present situation as a political opportunity. They know how counterproductive that would be. Advertisement. Q. From where you stand, how is the UK handling this situation? A. It's clear that testing was implemented a little bit too late in the UK. Public Health England was in a position to diagnose the disease very early on. We worked with them to make the diagnostic test, but rollout in Germany was driven in part by market forces, which made it fast, and that wasn't the case in the UK. Now, though, I have the impression that the UK is really gaining momentum in this regard, and that it is coordinating testing efforts better than Germany. Q. What keeps you awake at night? A. In Germany, people see that the hospitals are not overwhelmed, and they don't understand why their shops have to shut. They only look at what's happening here, not at the situation in, say, New York or Spain. This is the prevention paradox, and for many Germans I'm the evil guy who is crippling the economy. I get death threats, which I pass on to the police. More worrying to me are the other emails, the ones from people who say they have 3 kids and they're worried about the future. It's not my fault, but those ones keep me awake at night.
Well, more about person later, renowned scientist. Antigenic shift. Basically, the question is, can an antigenic shift occur? Is it scientifically proven? Probably it is. So then the virus could have undergone an antigenic shift, and that's how the HIV ended up in there. That doesn't prove that it's a designer virus by itself, but I've shown what, according to some scientists, is evidence that proves beyond any reasonable doubt it's a designer virus. It's a bioweapon. However, if we don't even understand what we're reading, we can't just assume that that's the truth. Also because there are some spelling errors in there, so perhaps the person speaks another language or whatever, though it is very reasonable and interesting article, I think. Anyway, antigenic shift mutates twice a month, only 8 distinct strains of this virus. Immunity puts selective pressure on the virus, so it is forced to mutate. Another reason to keep vaccination voluntary. I'm against compulsory vaccination because herd immunity is statistical. Sam Vagnon quote, "It's enough that 60% or 70% get the vaccine, no need to impose it on 100% of the population." Quote from 10 Plagues of COVID-19, video on Sam Vagnon's channel. Alright, so that was that article, and then before I cover the other one, this Dutch one that I will read a translation of. It's a shorter article on Wel.nl. This is also translated by Google Translate. I can show the original, it's right here. And flip back to the English and everything is translated. That works well as long as the translation is good. So they can have advanced algorithms or whatever they're called, programs that can translate everything better than any human can translate it in theory. And I think they may have improved that as well. The closed caption on YouTube is not yet what it should be. So the other article I'll get to later. Let's first read this. Study shows direct correlation between 5G networks and coronavirus outbreaks. Let's read the whole thing. There's not much text and I'm not going to read the comments.
Study shows direct correlation between 5G networks and coronavirus outbreaks by WMW_admin on May 2, 2020. State of the Nation, April 30, 2020. At last, the first study has emerged regarding the very clear relationship between coronavirus outbreaks and the presence of 5G networks. Thanks to Claire Edwards for making this available in English. Study of the correlation between cases of coronavirus and the presence of 5G networks. Author, Bartemu Parisi Cipher 1, available at www.tomilamo.com/fixers/264 corona 5G PDF translated from the Spanish by Claire Edwards. Date, March to April 2020. The COVID-19 pandemic and its effects in early 2020 have surprised scientists and politicians. If any study aimed at understanding the phenomenon and which consequently may help to clarify the causes of the pandemic is carried out, it should be promoted and/or taken into consideration. The correlation between cases of coronavirus and the presence of 5G networks has been addressed in alternative media and social networks. It is noteworthy that, at least in Spain, the media have not covered the scientific studies on the subject of 5G, nor asked the government any questions about this in the daily press conferences that it conducts to report on the state of the situation. The team of scientists advising the Spanish government has also failed to raise this issue. It is common sense that the ability to demonstrate this correlation would be very important data to contribute to the understanding of, and the solution to, the problem. Objective to assess whether a correlation exists between cases of coronavirus and the presence of 5G networks. Without entering for the moment into subsequent cause-effect approaches in the case of positive results. Given that there is a sufficiently large statistical sample, it is possible for the results obtained to have a high level of reliability. Material and methods. The study has benefited from the official statistical material published daily, which is a basic and valuable tool. It should be noted that in these publications, the methodology used for counting cases of coronavirus infections does not generally provide real data. In Spain and many other countries, it has not been calculated as there are not enough tests for such analyses.
Analysis. T lymphocytes are part of the immune system and develop from stem cells in the bone marrow. So chronic microwave radiation at 5 mW per square centimeter leads to suppression of peripheral T lymphocyte numbers, according to the WHO.int document, Biological Effects of Microwaves in Mobile Telephony. So that affects your immune system. A T cell is a type of lymphocyte which develops in the thymus gland, hence the name, and plays a central role in the immune response. Okay?
However, this does not alter the results of this study since it is based on the comparative rather than the absolute method of infection. Therefore, in order to avoid statistical error, we will compare the density value of confirmed cases of coronavirus, expressed in number of cases per 1,000 inhabitants, instead of absolute values, since the criterion for counting used by.
And then I'm not even talking about the fact that everything has a natural frequency, which is scientifically proven. People are taught in physics class that everything has a natural frequency, including the stable, including viruses, bacteria, fungi, and anything else you can think of. Everything is energy. So then theoretically even time itself has a natural frequency. But that's hyper theoretical.
the health authorities within the same state or city is the same, the comparison of published values for different cities or regions will be equally reliable for statistics. Comparisons between different countries of confirmed cases, excluding asymptomatic cases, will be equally reliable. The possible exception of some non-transparent country that could manipulate the publication of its data is beyond the control of this study. The method used was to compare the incidence, No. of cases per 1,000 inhabitants, between countries with and without 5G technology, between regions of the same country with and without 5G technology, between cities of the same state with and without 5G technology, between different neighborhoods of the same city with the 5G network map of that city, comparing states with common borders with and without 5G technology, comparing the case of one state within another, as is the case of San Marino. The data for each chart were taken on the same day. Graphic results and data published below. 1. Chart of the 9 countries with the most infections worldwide. 2. Chart and rates of infection of the 5 countries with the highest incidence in Europe. 3. Chart and rates of infection of 4 nearby countries at the same latitude: Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece. 4. San Marino, comparison of rates of infection with Italy and Croatia. 5. Italy, incidence chart and 5G network. 6. Spain, 5G coverage chart and rates of infection. 7. Barcelona, charts with 5G coverage and rates of infection. 8. Madrid, 5G coverage charts and rates of infection. 9. New York, coronavirus incidence chart and 5G network. 10. Border effect between Mexico and the USA. 11. Canada, USA and Mexico, chart of 5G networks and rates of infection. 12. Africa, 5G network chart. 13. Persian Gulf, 5G network and U.S. military bases. 14. Chart and rates of infection of China and neighboring countries. 1. Chart of the 9 countries with the most infections worldwide, areas receiving 5G. Click to enlarge. 2. Chart and rates of infection of the 5 countries with the highest incidence in Europe, rates of infection in Europe.
So what's this? Comparison chart and rates of infection of the 5 countries with the highest incidence in Europe. So these are the countries with most 5G and the highest incidence of coronavirus. So how should I interpret that when the US has more? 5 countries with the highest incidence in Europe. Oh, in Europe, okay. So Italy's number 1, I guess. And Italy bands 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz and 26.5 to 27.5 gigahertz. Award 2018. And then there's Spain, same frequencies, award 2019-20. Don't know what award means. Did they get a prize? So one thing is, it proves that they have 5G basically. And I did a broadcast about Switzerland switching it off, so they have these antennas, but they've switched them off supposedly. It's one of the previous broadcasts on my channel, Perfect Society on YouTube. So I'm not going to stare at this too long, but usually I come up with more thoughts about this stuff. And there are also 5G satellites, so that means that countries where they don't have 5G antennas could also have 5G deaths, if it could also be lethal, which would have to be investigated, and so maybe investigating it as we speak. Next one's chart and rates of infection of 4 nearby countries at the same latitude: Portugal, Spain, Italy, and Greece. Comparison of number of infections per 1,000 inhabitants in 4 countries near the same latitude and using 5G networks. In Portugal, 1.02. And Portugal has no 5G network. Is that the R0, R0? Anyway, in Spain that's 2.79, almost 3 times higher. And there they do have the 5G network. Also in Italy there's 2.08 5G network. And in this country, what's this? Greece or something, 0.15, exceptionally low and no 5G network. The average for Spain and Italy is 2.4. Average for Portugal and Greece is 1.09. Conclusion: the 2 countries with 5G have 220% more infections. No data for April 4th, 2020. Okay. Well, it's interesting. San Marino comparison of rates of infection with Italy and Croatia. Open image in new tab. And I haven't verified any of this, so I don't know if Croatia really has no 5G, etc. Number of cases per 1,000 inhabitants, daily data, LP. 13th of April 2020. Italy 2.59, San Marino 10.56, Croatia 0.39. So that's the number of cases per 1,000 inhabitants. Very low in Croatia, very high in San Marino, especially San Marino 5G. Italy result: San Marino, the first European state with 5G technology, is the state with the highest number of cases per 1,000 inhabitants, 4.07 times more than Italy and 27 times more than Croatia, which does not have 5G. San Marino set to become the first 5G country. Engineering Pro, 19th of July 2017. Why San Marino? Because the self-contained nature of the state and its relatively few restrictions on the use of radio frequency makes it the ideal place to test the latest development in telecoms connectivity. Telecom Italia intends to double the number of its mobile sites within the country and will additionally install a network of small cells in downtown San Marino. VOORKOM. Also a link to the blog. Most infected coronavirus countries: San Marino, Italy, Norway, South Korea, Switzerland, Iran. Considering very small countries included, the worst outbreak in the world is currently recorded in San Marino with 101 cases in a country of 33,400. eTurbonews.com. The top 5 coronavirus countries no longer include China. Currently, coronavirus is terrorizing 152 countries and territories around the world. Most media reports the worst outbreaks by the numbers, which is not really giving the public a clear picture. March 15th, 2020. This was produced. 100 sick in a country like China is different from 100 sick in a country like San Marino. Considering very small countries included, the worst outbreak in the world is currently recorded in San Marino with 101 cases in a country of 33,400. It means calculating by population, it would calculate to 2,994 cases in a million. If not considering countries with less than a million people, the worst outbreak currently is in Italy with 349.9 cases per million, followed by Norway with 204.8 cases per million. Well, we can look at Worldometers also, check if that's still correct. Of course, it may change over time. There we have Oprah not responding. I already typed something. Okay, wait. Alright. We can look in the meantime if there's anything in the chat. No, only hi bro. Alright. Ooh, was there something written? Anyway, coronavirus. And this also shows the number of HIV deaths. Ooh, it was on the screen. If you rewind and pause, then you can see it. Anyway, that also changes daily, hourly, etc. Total cases per 1 million population. Then perhaps deaths is more interesting. Already clicked, it takes a while to load. My computer seems to be slower than usual for some reason. As long as it doesn't crash and doesn't lead to dropped frames, then it's not really a problem. But it is less convenient, it is annoying. Diamond Princess did that have 5G as well. So they have 5G on cruise ships when they are in the harbor, then they have 5G. San Marino, most deaths per 1 million population, 1,208. Belgium is second with 692, Andorra third with 582 according to Worldometers.info. But that doesn't look at the number of cases. I think they looked at the number of cases, so we can get to that. Then fourth is Spain, 548, Italy 481, UK 423, France 386, Sint Maarten 303 deaths per 1 million population, mind you, and Netherlands 302 deaths per 1 million population. 2, 4, 6, 8. Then Netherlands is number 9 qua most deaths per 1 million population, and Sweden is number 10 with 283. And then if we look at total cases per 1 million population, we find San Marino number 1, Vatican City number 2 with 13,733 cases per 1 million population. Really? And can they check the names of all these people and compare the death rate to what it would normally be, people dying from all these other diseases and things? Andorra 9,707, and Luxembourg 6,115 total cases per 1 million population. Then there's Qatar, Spain, Iceland, Ireland, Belgium, Gibraltar, and Faroe Islands, Isle of Man, Falkland Islands, and USA. So USA is pretty low qua total number of cases and deaths per 1 million population. They're not even in the top 10. Though when we look at the total number of cases, they're number 1, of course. USA 1,213,010 cases and 175 new cases, 69,925 total number of deaths in the USA. New deaths +4 only, so that's not many, but they might have started counting the new day. I don't know when this updates this number here. New deaths, that's per day, so that can be very low when they've just reset the number or recounted the new day. So perhaps at the end of the day that's handed in and then it's a lot higher. Total recovered 188,068. In the USA, active cases 955,017. Serious critical. Total cases per 1 million population 3,665. And total number of deaths per 1 million population in the US is 211. But I think we should look at these countries with the highest number of deaths and check if they all have 5G. For example, Sint Maarten. Do they have 5G in Sint Maarten? Sint Maarten, the Netherlands. 5G rollout will require thousands of new antennas. "5G technology is not related to spread of the virus." Many people are claiming that, but they don't look at the natural frequency and the T lymphocyte study, so they don't have any clue of what they're talking about. They're just writing their opinion based on fluff, on lies and wishful thinking, etc. And money also plays an important role. RCEP issues 2 5G trial licenses, assigns 3.5 GHz spectrum in St. Maarten. That's not the same as, or is it the same as St. Maarten? Network coverage in St. Maarten. That's up to 4G. Prepared for 5G Americas. St. Maarten. So they may have rolled it out, and then I'll first have to turn on another article when my father is coming in. So let's read this article now. Germany's leading virologist warns of, quote, more powerful second corona wave starting everywhere at once. The AD, Algemeen Dagblad, the Dutch paper, produced this in Dutch, so we are going to read the English version, and there may be some grammatical errors in that. Oh, and we're still reading the other thing. Okay.
Click to enlarge. 3. Chart and rates of infection of 4 nearby countries at the same latitude: Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, 4. San Marino, comparison of rates of infection with Italy and Croatia. Why San Marino? Because the self-contained nature of the state, and its relatively few restrictions on the use of radio frequency makes it the ideal place to test the latest development in telecoms connectivity. Telecom Italia intends to double the number of its mobile sites within the country and will additionally install a network of small cells in downtown San Marino. https://www.furcroft.com/blogs/San Marino set to become the first 5 grams country 72,1,910,124, continues. Posted in 5G, commentary, coronavirus, feature posts, 8 responses. WMW_admin 8 responses to study shows direct correlation between 5G networks and coronavirus outbreaks. Activisor May 2, 2020 at 7:56 a.m. Permalink anyone who has had the flu vaccine is now carrying nanoparticles. Vaccines contain mercury and aluminium which are toxic to humans. These insidious nanoparticle receptors are being turned on by 5G electromagnetic frequencies and are causing adverse reactions in those affected. This is deliberate, and part of the cabal war against humanity. The gloves are off, fight back or die. Nils May 2, 2020 at 8:06 a.m. Permalink you didn't even define 5G radiation. Please start there first as there are 3 very different wavelengths. Since only the very short wave is new, start to tell where that short wavelength is being used. I guess almost nowhere yet, certainly not in satellites as these short wavelengths won't reach the Earth. I did some research on the 5G fires in the Netherlands and many were fake but nevertheless reported by the media as destroying masts. This link between Corona and 5G is clearly a controlled opposition psyop. Ignore the story. Simon Smith May 2, 2020 at 6:29 p.m. Permalink and Nils, you didn't even define 5G radiation. If a writer.
So sorry about that. My father, it's done strategically so that the comments are read out. I was not going to do that. So sorry about it. I might disagree with everything that was said, and it's a setup, so probably I disagree with everything that was said, so I hope you can disregard it. And it's on thetruthseeker.co.uk, and probably there are also robots posting in there. CIA is poisoning you all with cancer chemtrails. These intelligence agencies are murdering everybody. They're not trying to save anyone. They're trying to get rid of as many people as they can. Also clear from the fact that they don't arrest people that have openly and publicly incited to commit genocide with their illegal book quotes and speeches and $1 million Georgia Guidestones. These people are out there and they will murder you all if they're not arrested or even investigated by the government. So that's the job of the government, not the job of the citizens. So they lie, and they're not the people that did the study. So then we can move to the other article. And I'm really quite calm in reality. But the constant tyranny makes some people irate sometimes. I guess that's true.
Germany's leading virologist warns of more powerful second corona wave starting everywhere at once by Janet Kras 25 April, 2020/1204 tweet share plus Germany's chief virologist, Christian Drosten, warns of a more powerful second wave of contagion, which is more difficult to contain because it starts everywhere at the same time. The ad writes about this. Drosten, 48, is the direct advisor to Angela Merkel, and he has that position for a reason. The scientist is not only director of the Institute of Virology of the Berlin Charité Hospital but also one of the discoverers of the SARS virus to which the current coronavirus is related. This Strassen, which attracts a large audience on a daily basis with its corona podcasts, fully agrees.
So first let's look at the comments section, the things that were read out, because I didn't read that yet. You didn't even define 5G radiation. It's cancer, cell phone radiation, 3, 4 and 5G are 3, 4 and 5G are all harmful to human health, and they're changing my brainwave with synthetic telepathy. So you might think it's funny while you are dying in the cancer cell phone radiation, because it controls your mind. Okay? Please start there first, as there are 3 very different wavelengths. It doesn't matter what the wavelength is, they're all very harmful, detrimental to human health, and there are thousands of reproducible studies that prove this beyond any reasonable doubt. And there are plenty of people that are lying in the mainstream media, what some call the fake news, pretending that these studies don't exist. And that there are studies, the others claim that there are studies, but they don't show or prove in any way that the radiation is harmful. And they like to focus on thermal effects rather than the effects that really matter, like DNA breaks, chromosomal damage, lumping red blood cells, and cancer, exactly in the spot where they wore their cancer cell phone on their body or kept it to their head, brain tumors, as we see on the MRI scans. So these people may be paid liars that are helping to reduce the global population and mislead the global population. Certainly not in satellites, as these short wavelengths won't reach the Earth. Of course, that's total BS. Of course they will, otherwise you have no reception. They have to reach Earth, and if you have a reception, then the cancer cell phone radiation is also going through your body. Flu-vaccinated people tested positive for HIV, according to the New England Journal of Medicine. And I have not confirmed. I think there are people that deny that people that had the flu vaccine also test positive for COVID-19. But there was a doctor that claimed that also, or professor, and I've covered that in previous broadcasts, so I'm not going into that. So it wasn't too bad. There are no words in there that are not allowed by YouTube, etc. Did they make other horrendous claims? Lipid nanotechnology. The cabal war against humanity. So we can fight back, we can fight the good words with, we can fight the good fight with words and with legal means, but not if they're altering our brain waves. Then you can't speak anymore. They did that to me before, so they can damage your brain up to the point that you cannot talk anymore and end up in a wheelchair with directed energy weapons. That's why many people are reluctant to talk about certain matters. Also because they can be tortured severely. So that's how people are silenced about these things.
With Merkel, who is cautious as regards the relaxation of the measures, Germany is praised for the corona approach. The country has one of the lowest mortality rates in Europe and has sufficient tick capacity. Now that the reproduction figure has dropped.
Now they're blocking the speech engine, and then I have to press Ctrl+C. So when I copy it, it's supposed to start reading it, and when I press Ctrl+C as well.
Drosten, 48, is a direct advisor to Angela Merkel, and he has that position for a reason. The scientist is not only director of the Institute of Virology of the Berlin Charité Hospital but also one of the discoverers of the SARS virus to which the current coronavirus is related. This Drosten, which attracts a large audience on a daily basis with its corona podcasts, fully agrees with Merkel, who is cautious as regards the relaxation of the measures. Germany is praised for the corona approach. The country has one of the lowest mortality rates in Europe and has sufficient tick capacity. Now that the reproduction figure has dropped below 1, the Germans start to grumble. They want more freedom. But Drosten and Merkel continue to say that the discussion about this is based on a security situation that is not yet there. I regret the last few days when we are about to lose our lead completely, Drosten warns. We are one of the few countries worldwide where the number of infections is decreasing. And in that list, we are the country with the largest population and the most transparent reporting. Drosten fears a second.
So I would argue people are allowed to theorize about things, and they will anyway. And to theorize that a person created a bioweapon or group of people, population reduction, NGOs, whatever, as long as they don't accuse anybody, that's slander. When you accuse people without evidence, that's slander. So there are rules in place to govern this already, to control humanity in a fashion, in a civilized manner, so that the maximum number of human lives are saved, and that's the government's job: protect and serve. And that may be another reason why the people that want to reduce the global population are in trouble.
Wave of contamination, more powerful and difficult to contain than the first, because the wave starts everywhere at the same time. We then get situations where tank trucks with disinfectant are driving through the streets, because those are the only measures to take it a step further, in a desperate attempt, said Drosten. Brunn, ad.
So let me know what you all think. Are these coronavirus measures reasonable? Do you agree with them, or do you disagree with the measures? French President Macron, May 11, no return to normal life. Paris, ANP. And also, if you think that this second coronavirus wave theory is just to fearmonger, to prolong the measures, etc., in contrast with what the Israeli professor wrote, that it collapses after 70 days no matter what they do, etc. I'm interested to know what you all think about these things, of course. Tony has written more stuff, and also a link. Check this link, bro. I don't understand. It's in Holland's YouTube. I'm opening it now. Hopefully the browser doesn't crash. Oh, it doesn't open it in a new window. It opens it in the chat window. And then I can see the title and stuff. Clip of the audio. Spannend. Viren sind Elektroparasiten 5G. Well, let's see what other things I've opened here. So I have to choose open in new window. Oh wow, it sounds interesting. Thanks. So then I'll open that link in a new window, go back to the chat URL. Okay, it's still there. It wasn't appearing. Open link in a new tab. Then it will open the video in a new tab for me. And perhaps I'll first go through the other tabs I had open. Don't know if there's other important stuff that I'm missing. Forum for Democracy. Merkel's advisor warns for more powerful second wave of coronavirus wave. So this was the Guardian article that we've read. I'll put the link in the description. Germany's COVID-19 expert for many. I'm the evil guy crippling the economy. Well, the question is, of course, will that kill more people than the virus itself, which is very mild, and many people like to compare it to influenza. And of course, HIV has killed more people than the coronavirus. And they don't even have a vaccine yet, though that's a virus as well. So how is it possible that they have no virus for HIV? The virus that causes the AIDS syndrome yet. So AIDS medicine is among the most expensive medicine out there, basically, so that they make a fortune on that is clear. And some people think no one ever was cured from their AIDS medicine, perhaps one person supposedly. And that HIV virus is destroyed by colloidal silver as well, and I've shown the scientific report on Pure Colloids, Co.uk, and on the silveredge.com. They make these nano silvers. You can find more information, so the smaller the particles, the better. And ionic silver also has these healing, curing properties. Though we are not allowed to claim that it's a cure or effective treatment. I want my life back, Germans protest against lockdown. Reuters. I think that's a bad idea. When you're not allowed to do that, then they might even use things other than rubber bullets, water cannons, and batons, etc. because of this whole coronavirus hysteria. So they first create an outside threat, etc., using Nazi tactics. Latest, Germany gears up for second coronavirus wave amid steps back to normalcy. According to sources online, they're just Nazi tactics, etc., to reduce the global population, accumulate wealth and power for themselves at the cost of the global population. But that's another unsubstantiated claim. I think that's not easy to prove. Even if they're using those methods, then you'd have to prove that the Nazis also use these same strategies and techniques. Problem, reaction, solution, divide to defeat, divide and conquer. And perhaps they want us to mention that so that more people do that, and we're all gone a lot faster. So we need to do the opposite. We need to generate an economic surge, and we need demilitarization. And the other two phases of reversed active measures have to do with humanization and stabilization. The first two phases. Активные мероприятия. Russian active measures, also called ideological subversion. But those are not Nazi tactics, are they? I don't know. I have no idea if these people have a point or not, basically. That's my point. Even as Germany begins easing curbs on public life to halt contagion of the virus, authorities are busy ramping up their capacity to deal with the second wave of infections. So I bought this helmet. That's aluminum, that's light. If it's made out of steel, then it's extremely heavy, so that's not a good idea. Your neck will start hurting, etc. So I've advised the governments to test the effectiveness and safety of colloidal silver. It already has been tested. So you could argue they shouldn't test it again. And also with 5G it has been tested to show, and it shows according to the test, that 5G is extremely harmful, detrimental to human health. So we don't need more tests. It's already tested, and the reproducible tests, so they can redo the test. That is essential, and not tests that we don't need, that don't prove anything, that is a waste of taxpayer money or telecom provider money, etc. And what was the third thing? It's in my previous broadcast. So I guess you'll have to check my previous broadcast for it. We can read this one later as well, but is there anything interesting in there, I wonder? Something we don't already know. Why a Mayo Clinic expert has grave concerns about second wave of COVID-19. And with all these people, we don't see what they base their theory of a second coronavirus wave on, but perhaps it's usual with viruses that they come in waves. I'd have to study that. I have no idea if there are viruses that have only one wave and viruses that have 20 waves, etc. Theoretically that's possible. Or if all viruses have the same pattern and they come in waves, and what makes them appear and what makes them disappear. That's another interesting question, perhaps. So what do these people base on that there will be a second wave of COVID-19? They say possibly, so they're theorizing. So they don't claim that they are certain about the second wave appearing, or do they have any evidence or indication that proves that it will occur? I wonder. Then I think the link to the video Tony sent me is more interesting, so I'm just going through the open tabs. Hopefully nothing too shocking. The story continued. Furry potato news. Well, it takes time for the tab to disappear. Though I like watching his broadcasts sometimes. And I think, I'm wondering actually if furry potato is Kushner. Coronavirus, Zusammenhang mit 5G, the Italian job Madonna prophezeite Seuche. This video was also interesting, but we see for every video of people claiming that there is a correlation between 5G and the virus, we see about 10 or 20 other videos claiming that there is none, but they don't go into the points that I went into. So I'm open to a discussion after this broadcast. People can Skype Prologic 999 if they want to do a broadcast, and then I'll record it, and if nobody says anything in violation of the YouTube user policy, then I can put it online. Am I showing the screen? Yeah. Krieg gegen die Bürger. Coronavirus, ein Riesenfake. Eva Hermann im Gespräch mit Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg. That was also pretty interesting, but I don't remember much of it. People can buy vaporizer, and that can also be used to vaporize colloidal silver. Of course, then I would use a much lower dosage. And people first need to read up on it online or consult their physician, doctor. If they have other medical problems, then they first need to get treatment for that. So it's a preventive measure. lots of doctors and I myself use colloidal silver, and also probiotics. When people use colloidal silver, then that destroys the good bacteria in the gut. Your gut needs these bacteria to digest food, and then you need to replace those with probiotics. And I was going to take that today, so let's take one now. And I also use other supplements, vitamin B12 for example. Where's my probiotics? Right here. Alright. And then people can combine that with yogurt and other things that have these bacteria soya yogurt. I use Vimeo. And tea with honey, mint tea, chamomile tea, and tea tree oil. That's also scientifically proven to have an antiviral effect. To be an antiviral, I mean. Kort geding, in tegen introductie 5G netwerk. See if it can translate this. Interim proceedings against introduction of the 5G network, The Hague. So we could read that as well. The Dutch Telegraaf, Telegraaf.nl. And the study with all the pictures that we've seen. Well, then we can wonder, does this prove it beyond any reasonable doubt? Or is there a reason it does not? What they have compared is compare the incidence between countries with and without 5G technology. So perhaps other people can do that as well, using the information we find online to find out, to prove that there is or is no correlation between 5G and the coronavirus deaths especially. 5G conspiracy theories drive abuse towards broadband workers. Attacks against OpenReach staff include having vehicles driven at them, being spat at, and having water thrown over them. Well, I denounce it. I denounce any attacks on innocent people. These people are lied to. They think that they're doing the right thing. They're just doing their job. And then that's not gonna help. So I think it has a different status than a little box. A person is a person and a little box is a little box, etc. The Telegraaf, UK. Spannend, Viren sind Elektroparasiten 5G. That's the type of video that I like to see. Don't know if it's in German. Dr. Brain Server CH.
Was heißt das?
It's in German, but I do understand German, and we can turn on closed caption, though the translation will not be very good. German auto-generated, auto-translate English. Alrighty, let's give this a view now. So the most important stuff first, please. Thanks for the links, Tony.
Viren sind stressempfindlich. Was heißt das? Wir konnten also nachweisen hier, dass Viren bei elektrischer Ladung stärker. Viren sind stressempfindlich. Was heißt das? Wir konnten also nachweisen hier, dass Viren bei elektrischer Ladung stärker reagieren, denn es sind sozusagen, ich möchte nicht, dass die Virologen mich jetzt wieder an die Wand nageln, aber ich sage es trotzdem. Viren sind für mich Elektroparasiten. Das heißt also, Im Gegensatz zu Bakterien, also sie essen nicht und sie scheiden auch nichts aus. Das heißt, also sie haben kein Fressen, keine Ausscheidung. Wo kommt die Energie denn überhaupt her? Das heißt, es bleibt nur noch eine einzige Energiequelle, das ist Elektrizität. Elektrizität haben ja alle Nervenendungen, deswegen können wir auch sehr oft Viren an Nervenendungen wie im Mund zum Beispiel sehen oder Herpes, Klassiker, oder Genitalherpes, auch sehr Nervenänderungen. Oder wir haben zum Beispiel Patienten oder Leute, die haben Psoriasis, und wenn die nervös werden, geht das natürlich sofort nach oben. Ist ein Klassiker, weil dann sozusagen die Elektrospannung im Körper sich verändert. Das heißt, es sind elektrosensible Elektroparasiten. Viren sind stressempfindlich. Was heißt das? Wir konnten also nachweisen hier, dass Viren bei elektrischer Ladung stärker reagieren, denn es sind sozusagen, ich möchte nicht, dass die Virologen mich jetzt wieder an die Wand nageln, aber ich sage es trotzdem. Viren sind für mich Elektroparasiten. Das heißt also, im Gegensatz zu Bakterien, also sie essen nicht und sie scheiden auch nichts aus. Das heißt also, sie haben kein Fressen, keine Ausscheidung. Wo kommt die Energie denn überhaupt her? Das heißt, es bleibt nur noch eine einzige Energiequelle, das ist Elektrizität. Elektrizität haben ja alle Nervenendungen, deswegen können wir auch sehr oft Viren an Nervenendungen wie im Mund zum Beispiel sehen oder Herpes, Klassiker, oder Genitalherpes, auch sehr Nervenänderungen. Oder wir haben zum Beispiel Patienten oder Leute, die haben Psoriasis, und wenn die nervös werden, geht das natürlich sofort nach oben. Ist ein Klassiker, weil dann sozusagen die Elektrospannung im Körper sich verändert. Das heißt, es sind elektrosensible Elektroparasiten.
Es geht ja immer dieses Gerücht um, weiß nicht, wie viel jetzt wirklich da dran ist, dass mit 5G, mit der Abdeckung vom 5G-Netz auch dieser Coronavirus irgendwie da aktiviert wird.
Dadurch, also sagen wir so, wenn meine Theorie, dass es Elektroparasiten richtig ist, wo heute ich noch ausgelacht werde, vielleicht werden wir mal in 20 Jahren sehen, dann ist es absolut logisch, dass sozusagen die dass die Viren bei verschiedenen Frequenzen auch dann sozusagen reagieren. Das sind Resonanzphänomen, die dort auftreten, und diese 5G ist im Grunde genommen die doppelte, also 2,4, das ist also die Frequenz wie bei der Mikrowelle, das das Wasser zum Schwingen bringt, wie im Körper auch. Da haben wir dann die doppelte Menge in der Hinsicht, und das Problem ist nicht so sehr das 5G, das ist die Menge des 5Gs. Das heißt also, das ist wurscht, ob ich 5, 6, 7, 8, 10G habe, je nachdem wie viel Watt ich.
So he talks about resonant frequencies, but he doesn't mention the natural frequency, Eigenfrequenz in German, but he did talk about Frequenz.
Das ist nicht dasselbe, ob ich mit einer Kerze angeleuchtet werde oder mit 100.000 Watt Strahler. Das ist ein großer Unterschied. Ne? Das heißt also, es ist auch eine Frequenz. Das heißt, die Wattstärke ist hier, sehe ich hier als das eigentlich wirkliche Problem an, die dann in den Ballungszentren natürlich die Viren beeinflussen kann, definitiv zu höheren Resonanzeffekten führt. Und die Tatsache, dass wie baut sich eine Viren überhaupt innerhalb der Zelle zusammen, ist überhaupt gar nicht bekannt. Ne? Es ist nicht so, dass der Virus in die Zelle reingeht, das sind einfach nur DNA-Bestandteile, das sind Stücke von DNAs, die einfach nur durch Schütteln sich zusammenfügen. Wie soll das denn gehen? Also durch das Schütteln definitiv nicht. Da sind elektromagnetische Funktionen, die da mit definitiv bei sind, die wir noch nicht kennen. Und deswegen kann ich also sagen, ja, also das 5G beeinflusst die Viren, und das kann durch Resonanz das Ganze nochmal verschlimmern. Dass der eine die Ursache ist oder der andere Ursache, ich sage, es sind immer Co-Ursachen. Wir versimpeln es zu einfach und sagen, nee, das ist der Böse, das ist der Böse. Nein, wir müssen lernen, es gibt kein Schwarz und Weiß, es gibt nur riesengroßen Graumengen. Das ist wie bei Autismus, das ist nicht nur der Parasit, der den Autist macht, oder nicht nur die Impfung, der den Parasit macht. Das ist das ist diese Kette von Umständen, die das Ganze dann dazu bringen. Wobei 5G natürlich auch ein wichtiger Faktor ist, aufgrund nicht der 5G, sondern aufgrund der extremen Sendestärke.
Okay. Also durchaus möglich, dass in den Gebieten, wo 5G sehr aktiv ist, dass natürlich der Coronavirus auch aktiv ist.
Da, wo die Sendeleistung sehr hoch ist, wird es definitiv Einflüsse auf virale, nicht nur Coronaviren, auch auf andere kann es genauso sein, geben. Wir arbeiten hier spezifisch im Labor mit Frequenzen, also da ist unsere die Frequenzabteilung. Da haben wir, also die Leute mal schauen wollen, da haben wir die ganzen Frequenzdinger und so weiter, da geht es alles weiter.
Okay.
Da arbeiten wir, eigentlich ist es mein Spezialgebiet. Also ich bin ein sehr schlechter Chemiker. Ich habe zwar jetzt einen Preis gekriegt auf der Universität in Tirol von den ganzen Chemikern, das war mir eigentlich eher peinlich, weil ich habe gesagt, ich bin wirklich grottenschlecht in der Chemie und da irgendwelche Äquationen zu machen, da frage ich mit den Kollegen. Aber Frequenz, das ist mein Ding eigentlich mehr.
Electroparasites 5G. Viruses are electroparasites is the title of the video basically. 9 likes, 0 dislikes, 79 views only. Let's check another link to see if that's also playable. Oh, I misclicked again. Or perhaps first read the other comments Tony about in the chat. Previous chat remarks are not visible anymore. The two links are still visible. San Marino has 5G from 2018 to 90% covered country signal. San Marino isn't San Martin, bro. Bro, check my text, please. Okay. Yeah, I already saw that, I think. So I open it in a new tab. So that's great video, thanks. I'll put it in my collection, my 5G video collection. So F5G, not people, that's the idea. Save the maximum number of human lives, and it's the government's job to protect us and to do further testing if necessary. If they don't trust independent studies, tests, they have to test it themselves. But the real scientific peer-reviewed tests and studies that show that there is definitely a correlation between cancer and 5G and other diseases, lumping red blood cells after 90 seconds of 5G cancer cell phone usage, for example, is a test people can do at home. But you can also see others doing the test. So most people first have to get the idea, and without the idea they can't study it, and they don't know what's going on. They just believe and copy the mainstream media hype, copy and paste the mainstream media hype, and lies also. And also lies written on social media platforms. So if it's mainstream media or social media, it doesn't matter. We'd first have to verify it for ourselves, trust no one, nothing is what it seems, if we want to get to the truth, because knowledge is power, not wishful thinking and dogma and superstition that has killed millions of people in the past already, and it will keep on doing so, depending on how severe or how bad their lies are really. And if a neural network designs these lies, then everybody might believe in it. It's based on the brain map, so it knows beforehand that a majority of the people will believe it or disbelieve it, in theory. So electronarcosis cannot be proven. Our lives might depend on that because it's all too easy to remotely torture and murder people with the scalar technology that is supposedly only in the hands of the intelligence agencies. If we are to believe the information we found via Citizens Action Network, which may not be the original source, Again, so we're just using the information of other people. And I'm a conspiracy factist, so I indicate when something is proven beyond any reasonable doubt, or when it's just another theory. And the previous thing I've indicated, if I can recall that we're not accusing anyone. I'm not accusing anyone without evidence, and I think these other people are not either. It's about the virus and health effects of 5G and a possible correlation between 5G and coronavirus. And that may be important to answer our question, will there be a second wave of coronavirus? And how many waves will there be? Will this continue until they've reduced the global population to 500 million? To 2022, the sustainability equals democide green Harvard people. Are they in control? Who's in control? That's another important question. Jesuits and Masons, supposedly. Do they also control Bilderberg or the Committee of 300 or other groups that advocate population reduction? Are these people also extorted with directed energy weapons? Usually not. Most of these people that join Freemasonic societies do that of their own free will, and they know what they're about, that they're a secret society because they're a criminal group, that there's a reason for the fact that they are secret societies. So they are accomplices also when people follow illegal orders. Then the person giving the illegal orders might not go to jail, but the person that followed their illegal orders might. Bush is still not impeached, nothing happened to Bush, but some people might still be in prison for following illegal orders. SLTE CH, Switzerland, I think. CH is Switzerland. Zum weltweiten NWO-Push-Betrug an der Menschheit via COVID-19. 27-minute video. I don't know if I'm gonna watch that now. Is COVID-19 an American bioweapon? On uwidata.com. United World International. Crimson Contagion. Well, we can read this thing. But that stuff about CCP and CDC, CCP, CDC, that's also interesting, and there are millions of people, and some of them are convinced these things are proven beyond any reasonable doubt. But have they compared other documents and other people that claim that the opposite is true? So are we making progress yet?
Is COVID-19 an American bioweapon? Is COVID-19 an American bioweapon? United World International. According to American media, COVID-19 originated from China and was quickly spread around the world by air travelers who ran high fevers. In the United States, it was first detected in Chicago, and 47 days later, the World Health Organization declared a pandemic. Crimson contagion. According to some simulations run on the rapidity of the spread, 110 million Americans will be exposed to the virus, leading to 7.7 million hospitalized and 586,000 dead. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services was preparing for something similar to the current coronavirus epidemic. The drills were codenamed Crimson Contagion.
So is that even true? Based on the current numbers and statistics, and we can go back to the website, Worldometer.info, 253,142 deaths. So perhaps it will end at about 500, 600,000, 500,000. And again, number of HIV deaths, that is also changing daily. Let's see if we're still below that. 578,448 HIV/AIDS deaths this year. And the total number of influenza cases yearly in the Netherlands might also be a lot higher than the number of coronavirus deaths thus far, the number of influenza deaths, I mean. In 2018 maybe a lot higher than the number of coronavirus deaths thus far in the Netherlands. So that's how some people compare it to influenza. But in total there are more coronavirus deaths than influenza deaths, I think, at the moment. Depends on the country perhaps, but if you look at it mondially, globally, that may be the case. And does it even matter? I mean, to them it doesn't really matter. They say it's irrelevant. We're handling it in a new way. This is the new world, not the new world order yet, but it's a step towards it rather than away from it, according to some people. And one of these people is the person in the video that I might watch anyway, even though it's in German. We can have the subtitles, and it wasn't too bad. We can check if it's interesting, and if not, then we can move on to the other stuff. Crimson Contagion. Well, I've heard of Event 201. Some simulations. So they did several drills were codenamed Crimson Contagion. It might also be a good title for a movie.
This information can be seen as further proof of the theory that the coronavirus may have originated in the US, before being released in China, deliberately or by neglect. The Chinese Global Times, a newspaper close to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, asked the US to provide more information about a biochemical laboratory in Fort Detrick, Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, RARE, from the Chinese Global Times, a newspaper close to the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, asked the US to provide more information about a biochemical laboratory in Fort Detrick, Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, RARE, from July 2019. The reports suggested that as a result of a lack of periodic retraining of employees at biocontrol laboratories, the virus might have been released due to neglect. The US One American News Network TV channel, OAN, cited Greg Rubini, a U.S. intelligence expert, who said that it was genetically engineered as a bioweapon at the University of North Carolina BSL-3 lab. Greg Rubini at Greg Rubini, middle.mar 14, 2021. The origin of the coronavirus, who did it, thread, Chanel Ryan, OAN, Mr. President, what about the origin of the coronavirus? Trump, we all know where it came from. At Real Donald Trump, at Chanel Ryan, please retweet. Embedded video, Greg Rubini at Greg Rubini 2. So, President Trump, at Real Donald Trump, why don't you tell us, we the people, in clear terms, WHODIDIT? Why don't you say loud and clear, that the coronavirus is made in USA? Why don't you say loud and clear that it is a bioweapon?
Officials are expressing some tones of discontent with how where the source of this virus has come from, and they're spinning some odd narratives. What are your response to the Chinese officials who are doing that?
And they know where it came from. We all know where it came from.
Well, perhaps he's referring to bats or pangolin or whatever. So he's not saying that it's a bioweapon or other things. It's sort of hinted at in this chat remark. Who did it, etc. Why don't you say loud and clear that the coronavirus is made in USA? Well, if there's no evidence of this, then that would be slandering a whole country, you could argue. Why don't you, also if they do that with China or other countries, CCP is different, you could argue. So all of China is not CCP, Chinese Communist Party. Why don't you say loud and clear that it is a bioweapon engineered to KLL? Well, I think he was referring to bats, but I'm not sure. He also talked about, what was it? I mentioned it earlier in this video. A conspiracy theory of the Democrats. So no depersonalizations.
Engineered to KLL. 6:15 p.m., Mar 14, 2020. Twitter adds info and privacy. 337 people are talking about this according to him. The virus was spread from North Carolina to China, Italy and in the US by the deep state as part of a plot to destroy the Trump economy. One American News, EEN. In this edition of One American News Investigates, at Chanel Ryan tracks down where the coronavirus came from and exposes who just might be responsible for releasing it. Tune in Saturday, March 14th and Sunday, March 15th at 10:30 p.m. EST, 7:30 p.m. PST, only on EEN. Embedded video 2355 10:43 p.m., Mar 11, 2020. Twitter adds info and privacy. 1622.
Chemicals have a synergistic effect with cancer-causing electromagnetic radiation, according to Dr. Cyril Smith. What did Trump do? He made it easier to rush through these chemicals as cancer risk increasing prescription drugs, generic drugs. And some think he has close ties with Kissinger and that he's part of the deep state, that he is the deep state basically. And that's why they pretend that he would be the opposite basically in the mainstream media as well and others.
People are talking about this. Greg Rubini declares that Dr. Anthony Fauci, the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, was involved in the emergence of the coronavirus, a biological weapon. Independent analysts have spoken with numerous biologists who suggest the virus was likely created artificially. The retrovirus, RNA-containing viruses, which includes HIV, belongs to the same genome class as Drosophiles, white mice, Escherichia coli and its plasmid, ring genome, which is convenient for rapid laboratory reproduction of modified genetic engineering. To imagine that a world pandemic has arisen as a result of mutations in Drosophila or white mice is as ridiculous as to claim the same thing about retrovirus. There are a variety of relevant factors: the warm winter and coming cool summer, the outbreak occurring in Wuhan where bioweapon labs are located, the U.S. extensive research modifying retroviruses in bats to be embedded in the human genome, the current level of bioscience. With all of this in mind, the artificial origin of the current coronavirus seems probable, according to UE sources in the medical industry engaged in the study of COVID-19. The specific features of the novel coronavirus, rapid mutation, gradual weakening, etc., show that it is synthetic, made in the laboratory. Survivors have problems with the lungs, fibrosis, and the genome has the potential to develop into cancer. Thus the real danger for the survivors will come in future. In theory, the new coronavirus is quite suitable as a biological weapon. The virus is respiratory, meaning it spreads effectively. It has a long incubation period. The coronavirus takes control of the first stages of the infection. It can suppress the immune response in the first stages. When the number of copies exceeds a certain level, an immunity is triggered, but already as a systemic immune response. This response is so strong that it leads to lung damage. The immune system gives such a strong answer that in lungs is formed edema. Their vital volume is reduced to a minimum, making it impossible for the victim to breathe. Of course, some American.
So some talk about ARDS, acute respiratory distress syndrome, and I've only seen one video of a person that was bleeding from their lungs, supposedly. And I've seen several videos of people without symptoms dropping dead, falling over, as if they were suffering from oxygen deprivation, basically. So most of them do not get such ARDS symptoms, for as far as I know, but you'd have to ask doctors and others that have seen it with their own eyes or look at video material. I haven't studied into this, I haven't looked into it, but it seems to me that also people that have no symptoms can die from COVID-19, supposedly. So it has that incubation period, and then the question, well, they'd say they can also die from it before they get any symptoms, because it might affect organs, vital organs, in a way that they wouldn't have any symptoms. It's just copying its RNA into the cells. So it's no proof that there's a correlation with 5G. You'd have to have something else. And have we found anything that proves it beyond any reasonable doubt? You could argue it's an overview of things that point out that it's very likely that there's a correlation, and also the fact that immune system is affected by the exposure to cancer cell phone radiation, 5G radiation, which is on top of the 4G radiation that was already there. So it's extra satellites, extra mast antennas, and also little antennas they want to roll out on every street corner. And I doubt if the people of planet Earth are going to allow this to happen. They don't want to be in cancer cell phone radiation in that amount. And there are already millions of people that underwent chemotherapy, and millions of people that know they are electrosensitive. And electrohypersensitivity is recognized in Sweden, for example. So perhaps we should take an example. Other countries should follow in Sweden's footsteps. So they may have a good government that protects the people, that knows what's most important. Your life is the most important thing. Second, real love. And third, the real law.
And mainstream media rushed to refute any arguments suggesting the virus was man-made. For example, both American and Chinese researchers criticized an Indian paper which claimed that 4 unique inserts in COVID-19, all of which are similar to amino acid residues and key structural proteins of HIV-1, are unlikely to be fortuitous in nature, suggesting that the virus might have been designed, or perhaps these scientists have something they want to conceal? A dangerous experiment. In 2015, Professor Ralph Baric, the head of the Department of Epidemiology at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, made a chimera coronavirus and published an article showing its potential danger. Nature magazine reported on the experiment. The researchers had experimented with the creation of a hybrid coronavirus by crossing the surface protein SHCO14 with the SARS virus in bats. The result was a mutant virus that develops very quickly and actively in human cells, and is extremely deadly. The discovery sparked a heated debate in the scientific community. Scientists at the time said a deadly virus could leak out of the lab, taking a lot of lives. The fact that the experiment was conducted after U.S. authorities imposed a moratorium on funding research on influenza viruses such as SARS and MERS in 2014 has also sparked criticism, as an exception seems to have been made in this case. The only impact of this work is the creation, in a lab, of a new, non-natural risk, said Richard Bright, a molecular biologist and biodefense expert at Rutgers University in Piscataway, New Jersey. So we have scientific research that has proven the possibility of creating a deadly virus based on coronavirus found in Chinese bats. The research was conducted in the US, and although this kind of research was prohibited, the government made an exception for it. In 4 years, the US ran simulations where the virus emerged in China and led to the death of 500,000 people in the US itself. During the exercise, there were reports of a possible diversion of biological weapons from a military laboratory in Fort Detrick. A few months later, China is experiencing an outbreak of disease caused by the mutated coronavirus of bats. Is it likely that this is just a simple coincidence? The elites were prepared with the coronavirus epidemic worsening in the US and around the world. The markets continue to fall. Interestingly, we now know that representatives of the US political establishment were aware of the epidemic in advance. Fox News reports that since Richard Burr and Kelly Loeffler sold millions in stock before the coronavirus outbreak sent the markets in free fall. Both are members of the Senate Health Committee. And Richard Burr is a chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. The husband of Senator Loeffler, Jeffrey Sprecher, is a chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Back in 2015, multi-billionaire Bill Gates warned about the possibility of a global epidemic and said that countries are not ready for it. In his speech, Bill Gates pointed out that a global disaster would not look like a nuclear war, it would take the form of a pandemic. At the end of 2018, Bill Gates again expressed his fears about the new epidemic and even named its source, China. The billionaire also suggested that the Chinese virus would kill about 33 million people. Gates is known as a proponent of population reduction. Earlier, researchers found a link between the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the British Pirbright Institute, which in 2015 filed for a patent for a living coronavirus, which was approved in 2018. The coronavirus outbreak has drawn a great deal of attention to the dangerous plans of the world's elites, including funding research into new types of biological weapons under the guise of humanitarianism. Coronavirus, or rather the hysteria caused by its spread, may become one of the additional factors in a new world financial crisis, during time which the world's elites will divide up a large portion of the world's wealth between them. It should be noted that there is no direct proof that the new coronavirus is an American biological weapon. The theory that it is a Chinese biological weapon also has no direct evidence. However, there is circumstantial evidence that indicates that the coronavirus may well have been created in a laboratory environment in the United States. At the same time, at least in part, the coronavirus plays into the hands of globalist elites. However, a number of trends, including the closure of economies and borders, may actually end up working against globalism. As the virus spreads, governments are strengthening their national sovereignty and closing their borders, moving closer to multipolarity. Rate this, 50 votes. Related articles: Idlib, South Carolina debate. Coronavirus Idlib. The Syrian Army Command has announced the closure of airspace over Idlib province, reports. When it comes to coronavirus, China is currently the safest place in the world. Yurtseizk, Turkish student in Hangzhou, China. Within 10 days, the virus will have coronavirus and multipolarity. The peak of the COVID-19 coronavirus epidemic in China has already passed, said Mi Feng.
So of course they have 5G satellites. So I first had a theory that they can make the same radiation with the scalar wave technology. They've also tortured my teeth out of my mouth in pulsed energy projectile mode. And that is used to induce the maximum amount of pain by stimulating the nerves directly. So that was very painful, and that beam was partially deflected by a grounded Van de Graaff generator. Not the scalar waves, but the electromagnetic field produced where these beams, the scalar beams, cross, with the characteristics programmed into the neural network. So that can be ADS, active denial system, or pulsed energy projectile, other known crowd dispersal weapons. Basically, any electromagnetic field you can think of can be generated with this new scalar technology. Some call it scalar interferometer, Tesla's radiant energy patent, wireless energy, scalar waves. 12 Things You Should Know About Scalar Waves by Christopher Rismo, Commander X is an article, people can read about it, and after that I haven't found much new stuff. People that theorize about these things based on what they've read, okay? And also some government officials admitting that they do weather control, their cloud seeding patents, and that HARP supposedly is used. And they are modifying the jet stream, geoengineering, etc. And some people think that fits in with their carbon tax scam agenda to reduce the global population to 500 million, and they call that sustainability. Carbon tax scam of Al Gore paid by George Soros, that the Netherlands will have to pay for. Most other countries didn't go along with that. So if there are no 5G antennas in Sint Maarten, doesn't mean that it wasn't caused with satellites. So that becomes a new possible theory based on the video Viren sind Elektroparasiten 5G. Viruses are electroparasites. So his theory is that viruses don't eat, they don't digest, and they don't produce feces, to put it in a more scientific manner, and that they must get their energy from somewhere, and that is also, perhaps also from other sources, but the microwave radiation can be one of them, or perhaps that's the only one. So then theoretically, the virus would die in a radiation-free environment, based on that theory. But in reality, I think it may also get its energy from other sources, of course. And perhaps it's easy to verify that there were viruses before they had any microwave radiation. I've seen a video, there was also a German person, about the first microwave weapons that existed. And that was a long time ago already, in 1900. Tesla made his 1901. The wireless energy device, perhaps. I think I verified that, but I'm not sure. Anyway, some patents are from 1901, Tesla patents. And this one's empty. So then I can use this one, perhaps. So I don't have to waste too much time on it, but we can check with Google Earth. That's Saint Martin. Perhaps I need to put a dash between. Sint Maarten. Okay, Sint Maarten, part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. And the Netherlands has 5G, so I guess they'd have it there as well, based on that. In theory, that could be true. But it might not be true, of course. It's just a little island. Do they have cancer cell phone reception at all, I wonder? So how can we investigate? Ebenezer. Ooh. Concordia. Residential area. Camera. Nice. I wouldn't want to live there. I also discovered that with my type of social security, I can also go live in another country. So I will consider that, but of course it would cost a lot of money to fly over or ship over all my stuff with a boat. Perhaps it can be done in a container. Don't know what the cost would be, but we have a lot of stuff. And most people do. Some people claim there are no poor countries anymore. Despite warnings and corona, 5G in the Netherlands. So I don't see any cancer cell phone antennas right here. And it's not a Google Street View, so I cannot scroll through it like with the real Street View. And I would doubt if they have these 5G antennas. So they can do it with scalar waves as well, but then I realized they're also rolling out the 5G satellites, Starlink, Elon Musk. So that means they can do it to anywhere, to anyone, anywhere on the planet in theory. And these satellites are movable, I think. Perhaps that's only in case of collision. And other than that, I don't know if they're geosynchronous. I'd have to check Starlink again. I would think that they probably are geosynchronous because of the reception. Otherwise, the satellite would disappear and then they wouldn't have reception anymore. So, Starlink is a satellite constellation being constructed by SpaceX to provide satellite internet access. The constellation will consist of thousands of mass-produced small satellites in low Earth orbit (LEO), working in combination with ground transceivers. Last launch April 22nd, 2020, launched 422. Oh, that's the last launch thus far. Wikipedia, I don't know if that's correct, but okay. Depends on how frequently it's updated. How will Starlink work versus classic geostationary satellite? So they want how many Starlink satellites? So about the legality of the measures, if the government has determined that they're legal, then the judge would probably agree with them and disagree with anybody that thinks that these measures are not legitimate or illegal measures. it's good to keep that in mind, regardless of the question whether they are or are not legal measures, basically. Whether they are what the government is supposed to do or the opposite. 1,584 satellites into 72 orbital planes of 22 satellites each. Never. So then we can find information about it elsewhere, basically. So I wonder if these satellites, I know they are mobile to a certain extent, if a collision would occur, but are they just geostationary, geosynchronous satellites like the others? For example, with the Astra satellite, which is observable from Earth, so I think satellites are real, and Earth is spherical, and the Apollo moon landings are fake. Of the NASA scam of the NASA Masons, I've explained why. There is no sound on the moon. Yet we see in the NASA videos when the astronaut throws the cable, we hear that come down, and it's impossible unless they filmed it in a studio and not on the moon. What was my point? Right, that satellites are real, and when people point their satellite dish at the Astra satellite, then they get the signal reception that they desire to be able to watch the television programs that are broadcast via that satellite. And then sometimes they have to pay for a card so they can receive some channels for free, but most of them are paid channels, and then there are several options people have. And they might also be able to receive the same signal via internet, but either way they have to pay. And perhaps it's much nicer, YouTube is better, because then you can select what you want to watch without commercials all the time. So that's the reason I think many people have stopped watching television and are watching more via YouTube and the internet. And it also determines more what they were watching. And YouTube also does that by pre-selecting videos. But people that know time is running out, that want to save the maximum number of human lives and create paradise on Earth before we all die, so that we can all live happily eternally, realize this. That they can better select videos that are educational or videos, that movies they want to see about certain subjects, to learn how other people think about it. And usually they're smart enough not to be programmed with monkey see, monkey do programming. Some people might be, when they watch a violent movie, then they might be violent after that to a certain extent, but most of us are not. And as a matter of fact, it might even program them to be totally pacified, 100% pacified, pacifist, peace-loving, non-violent, pro-love activists or do-gooders. Good people may take on many shapes, forms and personalities to save the maximum number of human lives and bestow maximum fulfillment upon all living organisms, not just the humans, with this wonderful new technology. And we can argue we may not use it in any way that is detrimental to human health or to the human race as a whole, etc. We may only do things with it to make our reality better, because we can also make the reality we're in a lot worse with all this technology. We can enslave ourselves totally, we can take away our ability to control ourselves. In theory, our brainwave is electromagnetic, so the governments and people have to make a plan and take steps so that it can not happen. Of course, only legal steps. I think it's clear most of us are not murderers, and there are infinite ways to create that perfect society in which we all will live happily eternally. And besides the fact that protests are not allowed at the moment, there are infinite other ways to change this timeline for the better. You could argue we should only influence the people that control everything. There is no use in controlling everyone, because most people have little or no influence on this reality, on planet Earth and on humanity as a whole. Almost no one does. So there's no use in convincing, though you could also argue there is a use in convincing people that have no influence, and perhaps their personality changes, and perhaps they'll save us all and create a perfect society, But theoretically, the people with most influence, for example the people with most money, could spend money on controlling these factors that control aging, work with people with time travel technology. If they reach out to one another, then that may help humanity and themselves, and otherwise they die for the rest of eternity, because there is no heaven, hell, bottomless pit, resurrection or reincarnation. And it's better to know the truth, because many people have died believing in a fictional hereafter, in a better world, and in reality the lights go out for the rest of eternity. They don't notice that they're dead, they don't notice what happens to their body after that, unless they're brought back, which is scary. There's a YouTube video also of a head of a dog that's been cut off and then brought back to life by pumping blood through the head, etc. But in reality, after rigor mortis, it's very hard to do that. So basically, we don't have to fear that, though it can be a fear that keeps us alive, like perhaps all fear is fear of death somehow, formed by evolution. It's ingrained in our systems, in our DNA. Survival is all, and there's no use in going along with a school of fish that behaves like a bunch of lemmings, basically. How will Starlink work versus classic geostationary satellite internet on reddit.com? So, will there be geosynchronous or not? That was my question.
How will Starlink work versus classic geostationary satellite internet? Appreciate low Earth orbits give much better latency, but how will they actually work, given that Starlink satellites will be moving, and moving fast? I've read up a bit on what's proposed, but I haven't found any answers to this. All my questions center around the nature of low Earth orbits, and what that means for how the system will interact with users on the ground, and each other. From my research, at the height, till the 500 kilometers, they are orbiting, Starlink satellites will be orbiting at around 7 kilometers per second. How does an end user's equipment maintain a link to a satellite moving at that speed? At that distance, I'm guessing that the focusing of the transmission beam is less important, but can the whole system function on omnidirectional, less focused styles of antennae that can see greater than one satellite at once? In terms of global coverage, will each satellite be serving the whole globe, over the course of an orbit? I can understand that once the constellation is complete, tilde 4,400 satellites, then it will achieve full coverage, but that's by 2025 at the earliest. How does it work in the meantime? Will groups of satellites be launched in the same orbital pattern, but spaced out evenly in a conga line so that they form a moving band that can communicate with itself, and maintain a constant connection to users on the ground? low enough to get pulled down to Earth by atmospheric drag.
That's a good thing, right? So that didn't really answer my question, and I have to use the bathroom, so I'll just turn on the picture slideshow. When I get back, then I'll turn it off again. I can't just go reading articles and then not know what it's reading, because I want to hear it myself. That's another reason, basically, let me put it that way. Or perhaps I could turn something on and then I could hear it from the bathroom. Starlink satellites will be orbiting at a much lower altitude. Ready your balloons, everyone. Your privacy. It's a joke, probably balloons don't fly high enough. They pop when they reach the end of the Earth's atmosphere, where the atmosphere changes into space. The vacuum basically is another reason manned space travel may be impossible with the spaceships they pretend they did it with, and for other reasons. And the temperature, average temperature on Mars is about minus 63 Celsius. I also gave the Kelvin temperature, Fahrenheit temperature I mean. Anyway, let's read this. This seems phys.org. It's looking good. I actually like these molecule drawings and stuff.
May 6, 2019, Starlink's satellites will be orbiting at a much lower altitude, reducing the risks of space junk by Matt Williams, Universe Today. Credit: SpaceX. Among Elon Musk's many plans for the future, one of the more ambitious has been the creation of a constellation of satellites that will offer broadband internet access to the entire world. Known as Starlink, the company's long-term plan is to deploy over 12,000 internet satellites to low Earth orbit, LEO, by the mid-2020s.
So regardless of whether they are geosynchronous or not, whether they spin as fast as the Earth is spinning and are standing, for example, above a city or town, a metropolis, or not, they will cover the whole Earth, supposedly, according to this article. So that means electrosensitive people can't go anywhere without being in that cancer cell phone radiation produced by these satellites. Even if they're in St. Martin, for example.
Despite criticism and dismissal, Musk and SpaceX have taken some major steps in recent years to get the ball rolling on this proposal. And according to a recently released official statement from the company, mass production is well underway, and the first batch of operational satellites is already in Florida awaiting the scheduled May 2019 launch. This news comes on the heels of the company receiving approval from the Federal Communications Commission, FCC, to launch satellites to a lower orbit than originally specified. Originally, SpaceX intended to launch 4,425 satellites to non-geostationary orbits, NGSO, ranging from 1,100 and 1,300 km, 680 and 800 miles, which would transmit in the Ku and Ka radio bands. However, due to growing competition from other satellite internet providers, SpaceX decided to expedite its plans and presented a modified plan to the FCC. This took place in the fall of 2018 when the company announced that the first batch would be launched to a lower altitude, 550 kilometers, 340 miles, starting in May of 2019. The company also indicated that this batch would have a simplified design and transmit only in the Ku band. A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launching two of the company's test Starlink satellites in February. Credit: SpaceX. This lower altitude was selected to minimize the risk posed by space junk, but will also allow the company to send more satellites into orbit sooner. The lower insertion orbit will not only allow the Falcon 9 rockets that will be deploying the satellites to carry heavier payloads, it will also mean shorter transmissions times and that the first batch of satellites will fall back to Earth sooner. This is intrinsic to SpaceX's new plan to replace the first batch of simplified satellites with upgraded versions later on, eventually creating the full constellation that will deliver internet service as originally advertised. The recent FCC approval, which was issued on April 26 despite objections from SpaceX's competitors, has effectively cleared a major regulatory hurdle for the company. Gwynne Shotwell, SpaceX's president and chief operating officer, said in a company statement, "This approval underscores the FCC's confidence in SpaceX's plans to deploy its next-generation satellite constellation and connect people around the world with reliable and affordable broadband service." Starlink production is well underway, and the first group of satellites have already arrived at the launch site for processing. SpaceX's first 2 Starlink prototype satellites are pictured here before their inaugural launch, showing off a thoroughly utilitarian bus and several advanced components. Credit: SpaceX deployment of the constellation began in earnest back in February of 2018, when the company launched 2 technology demonstrators, Microsat 2A and 2B, as piggyback cargo to the Spanish PAZ Earth observing satellite. By March of 2018, the FCC greenlit the company's plan for a Phase I constellation of 4,425 satellites orbiting at 1,125 kilometers, 700 miles. In November, the FCC approved SpaceX's plan for a Phase II network of 7,518 satellites at 340 kilometers, 210 miles. However, days before the approval came, SpaceX filed for a modification, requesting approval to launch the first 1,584 of the Starlink satellites to a lower altitude of 550 kilometers, 341 miles. This latest ruling indicates that the FCC has approved of this change to SpaceX's license. To get there, Elon Musk and SpaceX have some challenges ahead of them. For example, SpaceX is required to launch half of its Phase I satellites by April of 2024, which works out to about 37 launches a month. The remaining 2,200 satellites will need to be launched 3 years later, by April 2027, or else SpaceX risks losing its license. The same is true for their Phase II batch of satellites, which will need to be fully deployed by November or 2027. In order to fulfill these requirements, SpaceX will need to ramp up production and begin conducting regular launches soon. And there's no shortage of competition these days from other telecom and commercial space giants. Then again, Musk is no stranger to long odds and pulling through.
It's like SpaceX dirtier than Earth's X, because there's more cum flying through the air, weightlessness, etc. But of course that's not what is meant. I mean SpaceX, like Project X. Ugh. So let's go to the desktop. Space junk sounds good to me. Cool. What WTF is this? A SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket launching 2 of the company's test Starlink satellites in February. Well, then they'd have to check if these rockets use chlorine-based propellants, if there's any chlorine in them. They might claim they've removed it and stuff, but I have my doubts, because other sources claim that there is chlorine in them. So, has anybody tested that? Because chlorine breaks down the ozone layer, that's why people are against it, basically. Still pretty cold without my t-shirt on. So did this answer whether they are orbiting at a much lower altitude? But anything about geosynchronicity. I was in the bathroom, so I didn't hear it all. See, that's the problem. Satellites make the system faster than it would be if geosynchronous. So in effect, it is it's covering the whole globe, so that's more interesting, perhaps. So that indicates that it would not be geosynchronous, but it's covering the whole globe anyway, so then it doesn't have to be geosynchronous. For everybody to have reception via the satellite as well. But why would we need that when it's all covered with these antennas? And if they have these satellites, can the antennas be removed then? And these little cancer cell phone antennas on every street corner as well. And they will be, no doubt. But the question is when? Well, to be removed, they first have to be rolled out, basically. And who knows how many of the generations will exist. US military may start moving towards launching fleets of tiny ... Space.com, April 1st, 2020. It's an April Fool's joke or something. Fleets of tiny satellites. Some claim it will interfere with the ability to predict next meteor strikes. So chances are a lot higher that there's a satellite in between the observed object and your telescope. I need more tea. To reduce visibility, well then it's still in between the telescope and the observed object, basically. Sunshades on Starlink satellites to reduce visibility. And wouldn't you want them to have some kind of beacon so that other astronauts don't fly into them and stuff? They have a whole space force and they'll have to zigzag between all these little satellites if they want to get into space, in theory. But of course their exact location is known, so that's all done electronically. They can just punch in Mars and then they're away and they'll land in Mars in a couple of years. supposedly. But many people think these trips are totally fake. I recently saw an interesting video about people who think satellites are fake. But if you can observe them from Earth, then you can bet the real, basically. I mean, is there any other option when we can see them with a telescope, for example, or photograph them with our camera? Computer is quite sluggish. Perhaps I should leave it at this. So the satellites are not geosynchronous, according to the articles we've seen, and they will cover all of planet Earth. Don't know if that includes the North Pole and Antarctica, etc. The most dangerous space weapons ever. So I think I'm going to do a computer scan. Everything's kind of sluggish. Oh yeah, I still have to restart after something. I did some kind of thing and I have to restart first. That was Flash player update thing. The Outer Space Treaty, it's in violation of the Outer Space Treaty. Keep the ban on space-based weapons and military activities on celestial bodies, Outer Space Treaty of 1967. So, no matter what they say, it's best to be prepared anyway. And if this statistic is correct, then that's evidence that other viruses also came in waves. Or basically only the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic did. Based on this graph. So that makes it likely that it's possible for other viruses as well, or even for all viruses. We could read this as well, I guess. Rand Corporation, DARPA. This is space.com.
U.S. military may start moving towards launching fleets of tiny satellites by Elizabeth Howell, April 01th, 2020. If done properly, LEO satellites would not necessarily pose a security risk. Comments. 1. A photograph showing SpaceX's first batch of Starlink satellites during launch on May 23, 2019. With companies like SpaceX launching small satellites over larger ones, will the U.S. military follow suit? A photograph showing SpaceX's first batch of Starlink satellites during launch on May 23, 2019. With companies like SpaceX launching small satellites over larger ones, will the U.S. military follow suit? Image. Copyright SpaceX. With much of the commercial space industry focused on putting small satellites into low Earth orbit, LEO, how quickly will the U.S. military follow? Companies are shifting away from traditional large satellites towards small satellites. CubeSats in LEO have been increasingly used in space since the 1990s. In recent years, advances in camera technology and computer miniaturization have allowed companies to do optical imaging or radar observations using smaller and smaller satellites. This has led to the present day, where companies ranging from OneWeb to SpaceX and Planet have been deploying large fleets of satellites, fleets that could eventually include thousands of individual satellites, for applications ranging from telecommunications to Earth observation. LEO presents a number of advantages. By being in a lower orbit, satellites can, despite their smaller sensor size, have better resolution and detection as well as shorter transmission delays between space and Earth. Less power is also needed to transmit signals to and from LEO as opposed to higher orbits. Small satellites and fleets are also easier and cheaper to launch than single large satellites sent to a higher orbit. Moreover, it is easier to replenish and update a constellation of satellites as technology changes. Related, the most dangerous space weapons evermore, military space, the latest launches, tech and videos. Click here for more space.com videos. Close. For surveillance purposes, LEO also allows for satellites to flow in orbit around the world, instead of being fixed in one spot. That might be a natural fit for the United States military, Northern Sky research analyst Brad Grady told Space.com. Because the US is everywhere, it has a global footprint, global scale and interest all over the world, he said. That global requirement is creating an LEO-based architecture. And the US military is paying attention, as both the military and the Defense Department's new Space Development Agency, SDA, are assessing using constellations of LEO satellites for applications that could include communications, advanced missile defense or an alternative navigation system to GPS. George Nicuzzi, a senior engineer with the RAND Corporation, told Space.com in an email. The Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency's, DARPA, Tactical Technology Office also started a project in 2018 called Blackjack, which seeks to test how useful LEO constellations could be for the military. If done properly, LEO satellites would not necessarily pose a security risk. It would actually increase the resilience of the system, again, if done properly, Nicuzzi said. On an individual basis, these satellites may be more vulnerable since they're easier to access. However, their large number and ease to replace and replenish gives them a measurable advantage over geosynchronous satellites, he said. Military LEO satellite fleets might not be created right away, as one of the military's future constellation plans still calls for a fleet of geosynchronous-based satellites. The next generation overhead persistent infrared, OPIR, system is currently in the design phase and the first delivery is expected by 2025, Nicuzzi said. Additionally, the SDA and the Defense Department's Missile Defense Agency are eyeing a hypersonic and ballistic tracking space sensor that could include a constellation of small satellites in low Earth orbit, Nicuzzi added. The rise of commercial constellations presents another option to the military to rent space on these satellites, a cheaper option than buying and building them, as long as security is not compromised. Space Force is one of those catalysts of new thinking, Brady said, referring to the new branch of the U.S. military that is focused on the space domain. This enables it, the military, to say, I don't need to own it in order to trust it. There are other ways I can verify the accuracy of this information. One example of renting space on a satellite could take place in commercial satellite communications, RAND's Nicuzzi said. He pointed to a more concerted effort to leverage commercial space capabilities under national space policy guidelines. Click here for more space.com videos. There are challenges to LEO, however. For satellites and LEO, sensor resolution isn't as high as the geosynchronous satellites and the field of view is smaller, which can be a disadvantage if you want to cover the large swath of territory geosynchronous satellites can see from a higher orbit. Low Earth satellites also operate in constellations, which require handover periods if you're trying to have stable communications. Luckily, that technology has matured as a big player in the space industry. Iridium is already doing it, Nicuzzi said. One of the worst-case scenarios for a set of LEO satellites could be something like high-altitude nuclear detonation that would knock out a large set of satellites at once. Nicuzzi said that this is a doomsday scenario that, of course, the military would discuss, as it is the military's job to keep operating under adverse conditions. In this case, he added, one way of preventing issues in this dire, possible situation would be making sure Leo constellations are not the only way of executing a critical mission. OneWeb Satellites inaugurates Florida factory. SpaceX's Starlink constellation could swell by 30,000 more satellites. Scientists propose new satellite tech to dodge space junk.
Okay. So many people think this is leading up to globally mandatory vaccine, and many people would say, what evidence is there to suggest that this coronavirus, second wave of coronavirus, would occur based on what scientific evidence or proof? So I'm not claiming that there is a correlation between 5G and coronavirus. And basically I've covered both subjects also in previous videos, so they're just thumbnails of previous videos that people can see. I'm not trying to suggest that there is or is no correlation, though you could argue the claim that there is no correlation is unsustainable because 5G also affects people's immune system, the T-cell lymphocyte formation, and everything has a natural frequency, so then you'd have to investigate if the microwave radiation at these frequencies affects the virus positively or negatively, basically. And based on this new video that I have, that's very interesting, I'm gonna download this one. Well, it takes a long time today. Come on now. Spannend, Viren sind Elektroparasiten. Oh ja. 5G. Viruses are electroparasites. So, of course, I can do a Google search on that. I might watch this video first, watch the other tabs that I've opened. I'll put the links in the description after this video finishes. Oh, that's the same article but with Adobe. Okay, we've covered all that, so then let's just watch the video. I turned on closed captions for all y'all, so American people can also perhaps learn some German that way. Real talk with prophetess Esther Lee Dupreez. Religious BS is a total waste of time. There are things that are more fun to do, and also sperm and having orgasms are scientifically proven to be healthy. Alright. Guten Tag oder guten Abend, liebe Leute. Good evening. Ich habe gerade vor 2
3 Minuten zurück 2 Videos von den USA ins Netz gestellt, da auf diesem Kanal SLTECH, welche wiederum Geschichten erzählen, was wirklich in den USA abgeht, in den Spitälern. Und ich weiß auch von anderen Quellen, dass vieles ähnlich ist in Italien und in Spanien. Hier in der Schweiz hört man wenig, was da abgeht, genau. Es wird ziemlich gut geblockt. Auf jeden Fall COVID 19 ist ein Betrug an der Menschheit. Der Virus, Coronavirus, die Fachleute kennen das Ding. Das gibt schon seit eh und je und hat immer zu tun mit einer Grippe, Lungenkrankheit und so weiter. Ein Virus, wie auch Dr. Stefan Lanke.
I will replay it from the beginning because I was adjusting the volume. The volume on this video is extremely soft and we've missed the closed captions, so let's take it from the top. I've adjusted my speaker volume as well. And then I have to remind myself to turn down the desktop audio because it's now at plus 20 dB.
Alright. Guten Tag oder guten Abend, liebe Leute. Good evening. Ich habe gerade vor 2-3 Minuten zurück 2 Videos von den USA ins Netz gestellt, da auf diesem Kanal SLTECH, welche wiederum Geschichten erzählen, was wirklich in den USA abgeht, in den Spitälern. Und ich weiß auch von anderen Quellen, dass vieles ähnlich ist in Italien und in Spanien. Hier in der Schweiz hört man wenig, was da abgeht, genau. Es wird ziemlich gut geblockt. Auf jeden Fall COVID 19 ist ein Betrug an der Menschheit. Der Virus, Coronavirus, die Fachleute kennen das Ding. Das gibt schon seit eh und je und hat immer zu tun mit einer Grippe, Lungenkrankheit und so weiter. Ein Virus, wie auch Dr. Stefan Lanke erklärt, und zwar sehr gut erklärt, ist eigentlich nichts anderes als eine gute Sache, die im Körper stattfindet. Der Virus, wie es in den Medien verbreitet wird oder von den Regierungen verbreitet wird, dass dieser von Mensch zu Mensch transferiert, über Luft, Tröpfchensystem oder wie auch immer, ist völlig falsch, ist verlogen und wird nur von den satanischen Kults gepflegt. Pharma, Medizin. Leider gehören sie zu den Luzifern-Anbetern. Okay, das sind die meisten Leute, die in der Medizin arbeiten und in den Pharma und nicht aussprechen, jetzt nicht zur Sprache kommen, sind Lucifer-Anbeter. Garantiert Freemasons und verwickelt in Kults oder sicher mal nicht Gläubige an den Schöpfer. Natürlich sind sie involviert auch mit Geld machen. Und Geld macht immer korrupt. Korruption schleicht sich überall ein, wo es Geld hat. zurzeit, unser System ist leider total fehlgebaut und muss kollabieren. Und wir sind am Punkt angelangt, wo es auch kollabieren wird. Und das ist jetzt, wird CoV-ID 19 wird als Vorwand verwendet, um das ganze ökonomische System zu kollabieren lassen. Bargeld abzuschaffen und dann eine Kryptowährung einzuführen. Zusätzlich, um jegliche Leute, Menschen, die überhaupt noch überleben, schlussendlich, um die noch zu kontrollieren können, braucht jeder eine Impfung mit einem RFID-Chip. Was der alles kann, ist sehr, sehr kontrovers, erstens mal, und mit Sicherheit nichts, was ein normaler, freier Mensch will.
I think this person may be convinced that it doesn't spread via the air, it's not airborne, so perhaps he thinks it's transmitted via animals zoonotically or in some other way. But he doesn't explain why he thinks that, basically. And he mentions the Freemasons. And cults. It's also very vague, of course.
Zusätzlich muss jeder wissen, dass Viren, wie es von den Medien oder den Medizinern oder den Pharma behauptet wird, können nur transferiert werden via Impfungen. Das heißt, nur direkt ins Blut eingespritzt. Und das auch nur so mit einem laborabgeänderten Virus, der verpackt ist in Giftstoffe. Jede Impfung hat immer Giftstoffe dabei. Zum Teil Mercury oder Blei, Aluminium, alle Totenteufel, was sie auch krank macht. Darum sage ich, das Ganze ist auf einer völlig falschen Idee aufgebaut. Die Herren oder wer auch immer dahinter steckt, die das wirklich auch pushen, die wissen das schon. Aber die meisten, die es lernen, sind zu busy, zu beschäftigt, sich überhaupt mal richtig Gedanken zu machen, was da wirklich abgeht im Körper drin.
So here he's claiming that viruses can only be spread via vaccines by injecting them into the human body. So he's not talking about 5G in correlation to the coronavirus, nor about the possibility that it spreads zoonotically, but he hasn't given any proof thus far. Well, one thing you could argue that supports his claim is that there are always toxic substances in the vaccine. Mercury, for example, which they've renamed thimerosal, and other ingredients, excipients that are known to be toxic to humans. Perhaps it is to damage cells, to drive it in or whatever. And now there's also the claim that the 5G cancer cell phone radiation, microwaves, alter the cell membrane permeability. So many people think that the virus is quite harmless, mild, etc. Even the mainstream media has reported about this, and that the main population reduction method will be the vaccine in combination with 5G, that it's a binary weapon. and that there are so many book quotes about population reduction, and the $1 Million Georgia Guidestones, and people advocating population reduction in speech. And always repeating the lie that they think that the earth is overpopulated. Though, as I've said many times before, the Earth's total global population, 7.8 billion people, would fit into Australia, have their own piece of land and more than enough to eat if they divide the Earth's wealth equally among men, and then the rest of the world would be uninhabited. The video, How to Beat the New World Order, on YouTube, don't know if it's still around. Anyway, that proves that we're not overpopulated, and many species went extinct before the humans even existed. So they'd have to have scientific evidence that proves things, and otherwise we're not gonna assume that their claims are true or false. At least I'm not. I think that's not scientific, and it's not gonna help. That we need knowledge and not wishful thinking, etc. And I think I may have heard others claim this. I doubt if he's a doctor, but he might be right anyway. So we can wonder, is it possible? Some people would think, how did it happen with AIDS then, the HIV virus? At what point was that injected? Well, aren't vaccinations mandatory to a certain extent? In some countries, Italy and France, they've made it mandatory in violation of your right to physical integrity and the child's right to physical integrity. And some think it's part of Agenda 21, reducing the global population. And these children, many of them may suffer from ADHD and other diseases caused by the killer vaccines. And other children like Natalie Morton were not that lucky, they died immediately after the vaccination. And then the companies claim, well, then they already had underlying diseases, and it's not proving that it's caused by the vaccine. And to a certain extent that's true, of course, so they have to prove it somehow. But okay, we have the list of pandemics caused by vaccinations, and the Lancet article about Merck's Ebola vaccine that contaminated people with Ebola. Hospitals are in the top 10 of main causes of death twice, prescription drugs and medical errors. And it is possible, of course, many people are vaccinated, so it's possible that the HIV virus was in one of their shots. And people can also Google contaminated vaccines, etc. Baxter and Pfizer and other companies, and investigate to what extent they have produced faulty products, had many adverse reactions, and even caused death among the people of planet Earth with Google. So that's really easy to do. But okay, can he prove it in any way? Because this is not proof, then I cannot make this claim unless he has some evidence to back it up.
Ich selber, schon weit über 50, ich kann das zeugen. Ich brauche keinen Doktor. Seit meiner Kindheit, seit ich selber entscheiden kann, habe ich nie einen Doktor gebraucht, um mich irgendwelche Probleme zu behandeln lassen. Ich kann das selber fixen und ich tue es auch. Ich bin auch nie krank mit ganz wenigen Ausnahmen. Innerhalb, würde ich sagen mal, 40 Jahren war ich vielleicht alles in allem mit 2 Grippen krank. Die dauerten vielleicht 4 oder 5 Stunden. Okay. Und nichts anderes. Ich weiß, dass das alles nur Blödsinn ist, was die Medizin und die Pharma verbreitet. Nur schon diejenigen, die sich etwas Gedanken gemacht haben wegen Placebo-Effekt, die sollten auch wissen, was das ist. Der Placebo-Effekt, für die es nicht wissen, ist eigentlich eine Pille, die nichts drin hat, aus vielleicht Traubenzucker oder irgendwas. Auf jeden Fall keine Medizin drin. Und die wird verabreicht, die Pille, an die Leute, die glauben, sie brauchen Medizin. Und der Effekt dahinter ist gleich gut oder besser. Und das weiß die Medizin und die Pharma. Gleich gut oder besser als jede Pille, die da teuer verkauft wird. Das würde schon mal Glocken läuten bei den normalen Leuten, die noch etwas denken können. Leider gibt es zu wenige oder viel zu viele, die sich verlassen da auf die Medien, auf die Propaganda, die da geschürt wird am Fernsehen. Der Fernseher ist Gift für alle. Das war mal eine gute Sache früher, aber die satanischen Kulte, die haben schon längstens herausgefunden, wie man die Menschen steuert. Und der Fernseher war eins der besten Dinge seit langer Zeit und ist immer noch für die Generationen, die täglich hinter dem Fernseher oder hinterm Radio sitzen und sich den Schrott anhören, was da palavert wird. Über Covid und die Viren und all das Schwachsinn. Okay, es gibt keine Epidemie und keine Pandemie vom Covid, weil der Virus existiert nur dann, wenn Ihr Körper voller Giftstoffe ist. Giftstoffe, toxische Materialien und Partikel.
So there the audio is becoming louder. And I'm looking up a chloroquine study that shows that people that were treated with chloroquine had a death rate that was twice as high as people that were not treated with anything. And if they took another drug in combination with chloroquine, it was even higher. For people that didn't receive anything, it was 11%, and for people that received chloroquine, it was 22%. So I'm trying to find that study for you all, but the point is then it's better to do nothing, basically. So sometimes the cure is worse than the disease, so don't take anything without first investigating, looking at the leaflet, for example, what the ingredients are, and trying to find out what the success rate is, how safe the product is, basically, before injecting it in your bloodstream and the toxic substances reaching your brain, etc. So the audio of the video became much louder at 9 minutes. Sorry about that.
Und jetzt muss man sich fragen, wann passiert denn das? Wieso haben vielleicht etwas mehr Leute Giftstoffe in sich drin als normal? Nur die Zahlen normalerweise, die wir jetzt sehen, und diejenigen, die etwas Hirn haben, erkennen auch, dass das sowieso völlig falsch ist. Also wir haben ja weniger Tote als normal in den vorherigen Jahren. So, das Ganze kann ja nicht mal eine Epidemie sein. Es ist ein ganz normaler Zyklus, der da stattfindet. Aber jetzt kommt der Clou. was wirklich passierte, ist, dass seit mindestens 10 Jahren das Geoengineering so derart zugenommen hat und die Himmel zugedeckt werden mit Chemie, Aerosols und Schwermetallen, Partikel, Nanopartikel, Polymerfibers und so weiter. Das sind die Himmel, die so weiß werden. Ja, kommt alles aus den Fliegern raus. Das meiste jedoch aus speziellen Fliegern, die Chemietanks geladen haben. Okay? Spezielle Chemie. Die sind voll ausgestattet mit Chemietanks und versprühen die Himmel. Dann hat es auch Flieger, normale Passagierflieger, die Zusatzstoffe im Fuel drin haben, im Brennsprit. Das wurde gepuncht. Seit Jahren wird da versucht, da im Himmel droben eine Schicht zu kreieren, die die Sonnenstrahlen zurückhalten sollte. Diejenigen, die das machen oder erfunden haben, die wissen schon, was dahinter steckt. Das Problem ist, all das, was versprüht wird, und ich sage jetzt mal nicht, was dahinter steckt, ich sage jetzt nur, was uns beeinflusst hat. Die Chemikalien, die Schwermetalle, Aluminium, Strontium, Barium und so weiter. Titanium hat es auch drin. Dann hat es viele Oxide drin, Schwefel und so weiter. Stoffe und Partikel, die sich binden mit den Wasserstoffteilchen da droben, damit es richtig ausregnet und so weiter. Plus ein Haufen Nanofasern, Polymerfasern. Und, wenn es ganz schwer kommt, und ich bin sicher, es wurde versprüht, Nanobots, Smart Dust. Okay? Merkt euch das Wort Smart Dust. Das ist Satans Waffe. Natürlich die Schwermetalle. Das sind alles toxische kleine Partikel. Die sehen wir nicht von Auge.
So perhaps you all have noticed that everything with the word smart in front of it transmits scans for cell phone radiation, smart watches, smart meters, smart cancer meters, etc. Smart this, smart that. Of course, it's not everything, but many things transmit the cancer cell phone radiation, microwaves, of which it's scientifically proven that they also make people infertile.
No,
So they want to pretend that reducing global population is smart and that it's not illegal in theory.
Wir wurden zu Tausenden von Tonnen, Zehntausenden von Tonnen jedes Jahr versprüht. Okay? In Europa, extrem in den USA, extrem in Asien drüber oder auch Australien und etwas weniger in Afrika, sicher im Süden unten auch wieder. Russland, bin nicht so sicher wie viel, aber auch dort wurde es gemacht. China extrem, okay, Asien. Was steckt dahinter? Es heißt Geoengineering. Geoengineering hat zu tun mit Wetterkontrolle, okay. Geoengineering geht so weit, ich erkläre das mal noch nicht heute, das ist mit Sicherheit für die meisten unvorstellbar, aber leider ist das seit Dekaden bekannt, wie man Wetter steuert, wie man die Feuchtigkeit in der Atmosphäre oben, wie man die sammelt und steuert, damit die in gewissen Gebieten ausregnen. Das Problem hat sich jetzt einfach so stark verstärkt innerhalb den vielen Jahren und es hat so viele Firmen, die da Geld machen wollen und tyrannisieren, dass es außer Rand und Band ist. Und darum haben wir überall Überflutungen. Es regnet nicht mehr richtig in den meisten Orten, es überflutet gleich. Weil das sind zu viele Partikel da oben und die saugen das an. Entweder regnet es wie aus Kübel oder dann kommt auch Hagel daher und so weiter. Ich kann euch tausende Videos zeigen, wo das der Fall ist. Und es ist jeder Tag der Fall, dass das passiert. Jeden Tag weltweit haben wir solche Naturkatastrophen. Und das meiste ist alles nur von Technik her. Okay? Geoengineering ist der Culprit, der Verursacher von der neuen Krankheiten. Lungenkrankheit, Demenz, okay? Weil diese Partikel, vor allem die Metalle, Aluminium und so weiter, die wirken speziell ins Hirn und in der Lunge und machen euch krank. Und der Virus, der Coronavirus, der wird im Körper drin gebildet, um diese Giftstoffe zu binden und auszuscheiden. Das ist der Coronavirus, der das macht in den Lungen. Okay? Das weiß man. Nur, es wird nicht richtig erklärt da draußen. Und die Scheißtests, die da draußen sind, die testen nicht für den Virus, sondern nur für Anti-Reaktionen und sind so ungenau und unsicher, die geben praktisch bei allen an. Weil jeder, der Giftstoffe in sich hat, produziert mindestens einmal im Jahr eine Grippe. Die einen haben nur milde Symptome, die anderen haben zu viel Gift drin und die schmeißt es ins Bett für 2, 3 Tage oder länger. Das ist halt leider so, bis der Körper gereinigt ist. Okay, das ist das System, was ein Virus macht. Nur, wenn der Virus draußen ist, dann passiert gar nichts mit dem Zeug, mit dem Schleim, mit dem Hustenauswurf und all das. Das kann niemand anstecken. Es ist leider so. Diese Versuche wurden schon längstens gemacht. Und wer das wirklich nachrecherchieren will, geht und schaut euch die Videos an von Dr. Stefan Lanka oder der neueste Supertyp in New York, Dr. Andrew Kaufmann, der das neu aufrollt. Es hat noch viele andere, die ebenfalls das Ganze warnen. Und alle die da nicht mitmachen, die weiterhin mit der Pharma im gleichen Ding stecken da, die teuflischen Motherfuckers, die müssen sich in Acht nehmen. Weil jetzt ist die Zeit gekommen auf der Welt, wo wir das nicht mehr akzeptieren. Und eure Scheißkampagne, Regierungen, neue Weltordnung, New World Order, was ihr da wollt, könnt ihr euch in den Arsch stecken. Ganz klar, das wird ebenfalls nicht akzeptiert. Wir können diese Welt ganz anders in Ordnung bringen, aber mit Sicherheit nicht mit versteckten Aktionen und Dirty Tricks. Weltpopulation Reduktion auf minus 500 Millionen wurde schon 40 Jahre zurück propagiert. In Stein gemeißelt in den Georgia Guidestones. Und wer wäre dahinter? Das sind wieder unsere lieben teuflischen Jungs. All die Jungs da in den dunklen Zonen drin. Natürlich sitzen die im Militär, in der Regierung, hinten, in den Corporations und so weiter. Das sind die lieben Leute, die die Welt regieren. Leider halt immer falsch. Und diejenigen sind jetzt daran, uns so weit wie möglich zu eliminieren. Wenn wir das zulassen, ist jeder selber schuld. Ich werde mich bis aufs Letzte wehren. Und ich werde auch jeden, der mir zu nahe kommt, mit Sicherheit, ihr wisst, was ich wahr sage, ihr könnt euch darauf verlassen. Jetzt ist die Zeit gekommen und es ist nicht 5:12, nicht 2 Minuten vor 12, es ist nicht 1 Minute vor 12, es ist 10 Sekunden vor 12. Entweder packen wir das und reagieren jetzt auf diese Verschwörung von den Regierungen der Elite und zeigen den Hurensöhnen, dass wir die Kopf-ID-Scheiße nicht akzeptieren und wir müssen die Regierungen eliminieren. Vor allem all die, die dahinter stecken. Die müssen weg. Weg. Okay? Weil das ist mit 100%iger Sicherheit die größte Lüge, die jetzt aufgetischt wurde. Und die Medien, die schüren das, weil sie von oben runter, von den Zionisten.
I forgot the closed captions, but it's an interesting video, so I wasn't really listening, and I found the article, or a article, this may not be the one that I showed in another broadcast, but because I've covered a person dying that self-medicated with chloroquine, and I've also predicted that first drugs that they will test will not be effective and perhaps even increase the death rate of the patients, and the cure may be worse than the disease in many cases, since there are people spending big bucks on reducing the global population. And apparently all these doctors had similar programming. And there are certain protocols, so they have certain standard treatments for the most frequently occurring diseases, and they claim usually it's the best treatment, and diversions from that might cost doctor his or her job, basically. So there may be population reduction NGOs and others involved in reducing the global population, and basically they sponsor certain drugs. It's an industry, the medical cartel. People can use Google to find out more, but money can be another important drive for people. They want to sell stuff even if it's not that safe, etc. That type of idea.
More deaths, no benefit from malaria drug in VA virus study by Marilyn Marchioni, April 21, 2020. File. This Monday, April 6, 2020 file photo shows an arrangement of hydroxychloroquine.
So I could watch the video a bit further, excusez-moi. But I think that he was talking about Zionists, and when it's done by Jesuits and Masons, then perhaps that's the wrong word to use, basically. So that's why I thought, let's turn it off. I could listen a bit further, perhaps.
Und all den Hurensöhnen natürlich die Aufgabe kriegen, dies zu machen. Medien, Fernsehen, all die Anstalten, meisten Zeitungen, alle in den Händen der Zionisten. Die sogenannten Dirty Jews. Nicht die Juden, die richtigen Juden, the dirty ones, okay? The ones which came from Asia, the Kazakh, Khazaren, those murderers, die Killer von Asien, die sich anno dazumal unter die Juden gemischt haben und sich seither Juden schimpfen. Das sind auch die, die Antisemitismus schreien. Das sind die, die die neue Weltordnung einführen wollen, plus noch die 7 Noahide Laws. Ja, die talmudischen, das sind die allerbösesten, meiner Meinung. Der Rest können wir noch dealen, aber die talmudischen Zionisten, das ist ein Pack, mit dem muss man fertig machen.
Well, it's an extremely big group of people, and it's a political group. So that's why some people argue that it's not anti-Semitism when they talk about Zionists. But that's not the topic of this video. So before it gets any worse, perhaps it's better if we go to the other thing that I had that I was reading. We can take it from the top, and I'll put the link in the description. So you could argue it's wrong to blame all the Zionists when Jesuits and Masons are doing this. There are lots of people, perhaps most people, are for a country for the Jewish people, Israel, and there are ways to live in peace. I think that equal rights is important, equal rights for the Palestinian people, that it's crying shame that 190 protesters were murdered in Palestine, Israel. That's the Guardian article that I've covered also. So if that would happen anywhere else, there would be an outcry. And I think not many other mainstream media have reported about these 190 protesters. See if it can find it. And just 190 protesters. The Guardian, Gaza border protests, 190 killed and 28,000 injured in a year of bloodshed. It was in 2018, I think. I've already clicked on it, so it's not loading very fast. So Well, let's just read the article, continue reading. Well, oh, there it is. Just wanted to show this one because it's a well-made article, and it shows the number of dead and injured in a special way, graphically. Almost 29,000 Palestinians have been injured since the protests began and more than 190 killed. So this is a graphic representation, but I think this is not 190 dots, or is it? Perhaps it is. I'd have to count. Anyway. People can read it. I'll put the link in the description. Don't want to make repetitive content, so this is a different subject. But the person in the video was talking about that, so then I try to put things in perspective. And of course I cannot know what the person is going to say before I play the video. If I have not seen the video, then I don't know what's coming up. So I cannot allow or tolerate any anti-Semitism, racism, homophobia, and I'm also against imperialism and dictatorialism. I'm for the people above all, that's my motto, but I think it is a very good video nonetheless. And I think there are good and bad Zionists, like there are good Jews and bad Jews and good non-Jews and bad non-Jews, etc. There are large groups of people. But he said something, it's a political party, and I think that went a bit too far, so that's why I'm not going to watch the rest of the video now. But I'll put the link in the description.
Pills in Las Vegas. According to a study released on Tuesday, April 21, 2020, the malaria drug widely touted by President Donald Trump for treating the new coronavirus showed no benefit in an analysis of its use in U.S. veterans' hospitals. There were more deaths among those given hydroxychloroquine versus standard care, researchers report. App photo, John Locker, a malaria drug widely touted by President Donald Trump for treating the new coronavirus showed no benefit in a large analysis of its use in U.S. veterans' hospitals. There were more deaths among those given hydroxychloroquine versus standard care, researchers reported. The nationwide study was not a rigorous experiment. But with 368 patients, it's the largest look so far of hydroxychloroquine with or without the antibiotic azithromycin for COVID-19, which has killed more than 171,000 people as of Tuesday. The study was posted on an online site for researchers and has not been reviewed by other scientists. Grants from the National Institutes of Health and the University of Virginia paid for the work. More on the outbreak, what you need to know today about the virus outbreak, the latest. China reports 30 new virus cases, no deaths. Doctors, execution drugs could help COVID-19 patients. Researchers analyzed medical records of 368 male veterans hospitalized with confirmed coronavirus infection at Veterans Health Administration medical centers who died or were discharged by April 11. About 28% who were given hydroxychloroquine plus usual care died, versus 11% of those getting routine care alone. About 22% of those getting the drug plus azithromycin died too. But the difference between that group and usual care was not considered large enough to rule out other factors that could have affected survival. Hydroxychloroquine made no difference in the need.
Well, this is a different study than the one I read, basically, so the numbers are different on this. In the one that I read, the people that also had azithromycin had an even higher death rate than the people that only received chloroquine, and 11% were people that were not getting any medication, basically. So in this case, or perhaps I turned it around in my mind, so it's 22% and 28%. 28% of the people on hydroxychloroquine died versus 11% of those getting routine care alone, and they tested 368 male veterans. Medical records of 368 male veterans hospitalized. So that may be a reasonably accurate study then, if the numbers are correct. So that means it's better not to use hydroxychloroquine, you could argue. People that want to reduce the global population might say, well, do you want to kill the virus or not?
For a breathing machine, either. Researchers did not track side effects, but noted a hint that hydroxychloroquine might have damaged other organs. The drug has long been known to have potentially serious side effects, including altering the heartbeat in a way that could lead to sudden death. Full coverage. Understanding the outbreak earlier this month, scientists in Brazil stopped part of a study testing chloroquine, an older drug similar to hydroxychloroquine, after heart rhythm problems developed in 1/4 of people given the higher of 2 doses being tested. On Tuesday, NIH issued new treatment guidelines from a panel of experts, saying there was not enough evidence to recommend for or against chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine for COVID-19. But it also advised against using hydroxychloroquine with azithromycin because of the potential side effects. Many doctors have been leery of the drug. At the University of Wisconsin, Madison, I think we're all rather underwhelmed at what's been seen among the few patients there who've tried it, said Dr. Naja Safdar, medical director of infection control and prevention. Patients asked about it soon after Trump started promoting its use, but now I think that people have realized we don't know if it works or not and needs more study, said Safdar, who had no role in the VA analysis. The NIH and others have more rigorous tests underway.
Mayo Clinic has a pretty good overview of all these side effects of chloroquine.
Chloroquine, oral route. Side effects. Anxiety, attempts at killing oneself, back, leg, or stomach pains, black, tarry, stools, bleeding, gums, blistering, peeling, or loosening of the skin, blood in the urine or stools, blurred or decreased vision, change in near or distance vision, chest discomfort or pain, chills, cold sweats, confusion, continuing ringing or buzzing or other unexplained noise in the ears, cough, dark urine, diarrhea, difficulty in focusing the eyes, difficulty with speaking, difficulty with swallowing, disturbed color perception, dizziness, faintness, or lightheadedness when getting up suddenly from a lying or sitting position, double vision, drooling, fast, slow, irregular, or pounding heartbeat, feeling that others are watching you or controlling your behavior, feeling that others can hear your thoughts, feeling.
So I paused the list of side effects for a while. I'm looking for that picture of chloroquine that I have. Where did it go? I had it on earlier on. Okay, I got it.
seeing or hearing things that are not there, fever, general tiredness and weakness, halos around lights, headache, hearing loss, inability to move the eyes, increased blinking or spasms of the eyelid, joint or muscle pain, large, hive-like swelling on the face, eyelids, lips, tongue, throat, hands, legs, feet, or sex organs, light-colored stools, loss of balance, control, lower back or side pain, muscle trembling, jerking, or stiffness, muscular pain, tenderness, wasting, or weakness, night blindness, nausea, overbright appearance of lights, painful or difficult urination, pale skin, pinpoint red spots on the skin, puffiness or swelling of the eyelids or around the eyes, face, lips, or tongue, red skin lesions, often with a purple center, red, irritated eyes, restlessness, shuffling walk, skin rash, hives, or itching sore, or throat sores, ulcers, or white spots on the lips or in the mouth, sticking out of the tongue, stiffness of the limbs, sweating, swollen or painful glands, tightness in the chest, trouble breathing, tunnel vision, twitching, twisting, or uncontrolled repetitive movements of the tongue, lips, face, arms, or legs, uncontrolled movements, especially of the face, neck, and back, unusual bleeding or bruising, unusual tiredness or weakness, upper right abdominal or stomach pain, vomiting, yellow eyes and skin, get emergency help immediately if any of the following symptoms of overdose occur. Symptoms of overdose: cold, clammy skin, decreased urine, drowsiness, dry mouth, fast, weak pulse, increased thirst, lightheadedness, dizziness, or fainting, loss of appetite, muscle pain or cramps, numbness or tingling in the hands, feet, or lips. MayoClinic.org.
Well, they would argue it's better than malaria, I guess. But if it increases people's risk of dying considerably, then the question is also what percentage of patients cures naturally from malaria if you don't do anything about it, if anyone. And again, test colloidal silver's effectiveness. It's a mineral our body needs, it's a supplement. And because of the FDA, I've done a video about the FDA as well. They may not call it a treatment or cure, as long as they haven't let the FDA test it. Even if it is one, they're not allowed to call it one, so that's interesting. And it's illegal to block a working cure from the public, so there must be something we can do. So, no chloroquine for me, and I've said from the beginning, I think that Elon Musk and Trump, that supposedly were touting it according to the mainstream media, are not going to use it themselves. So watch out. Directed energy weapons are real, trust no one, nothing is what it seems. First they have to earn our trust, and we respect everyone and love everyone that hasn't tortured us and that is not involved in reducing the global population because of this hypnosis. Have one. No, I'm kidding. Okay, US military may start moving. Oh yeah, we read that, so I think I wanna stop right here, stop right now. Will you love me forever? Well, that's hard to answer, of course, because people don't know. what happens. Of course, people are aging, that's one thing, and the other thing is people can bump their head and go insane, etc. But if we can all live happily eternally, then I can love everybody that hasn't tortured me, that is not involved in reducing the global population forever, and so can you, in theory. So yeah, I think there's interesting stuff in this video. I'm definitely gonna download it myself before it disappears, also to have an overview of these things. So Jesuits, Masons, population reduction, NGOs, Community of 300, Bilderbergers, Knights of Malta and other knights, those are Masons basically. Who is behind this? If you have more leads or evidence, I'm curious to know, and I'm gonna check if there's more stuff in the chat. Oh, more videos. Cool. Important scientific study, bro. It's in Spanish. Then I skip that for now. Marseille, France. 5G networks worse than microwave oven? Question mark. That's another YouTube video, so I'm gonna open it in a new tab. Perhaps there's some super long video that I can review while sitting on the balcony and getting some tea. But I may have some other things open that are slowing down my PC. I made new windows, and that's one reason I don't do that usually. Oh, perhaps that has the tab open. Let's see. This is not the one. Now my computer is completely hanging. Perhaps it results in dropped frames. Perhaps it's stuff they want to hide. The taskbar is hanging while going down. It's now Opera browser is not responding. RIVM, Rijksinstituut voor Volksgezondheid en Milieu. Facebook video. Now the screen has turned black. But it's still working, so I think that it's... is it a video that I just opened? Perhaps it's best if I copy it or watch it myself, and then if I find interesting stuff, then I'll show it in the next broadcast. And of course you all can click on these links. Tony has posted in the chat. Thank you very much. Great videos. I think that it's important stuff. And I don't really care if it's from a professor, mainstream media, or social media platform, etc. I only look at the data, and then if I think it is important or interesting, then I start looking online if I can find evidence or reproducible tests that support your claim, etc. let's see. But I can also say this video is finished now, and I can just sit on the balcony while waiting and doing nothing. I wanted to see this video. Another thing I could do is just open it so that you don't see the chat anymore. But I open it in a new window, so let's see if that's it's playing right here, and it's 3 minutes 56 seconds, and it appears to be in Greek, I think, on some Greek channel or whatever. Breaking news. It doesn't list any news channel name. And it has more modern, newer microwave measuring instruments, EMF meter. So then they're measuring the leakage of cancer microwave oven. Kankermagnetron in Dutch. And not the amount of radiation inside the microwave oven. But it's best to keep it below 0.1 microwatt per square meter. And I cannot even read in is this volt or something? 3.4 volt per meter perhaps, or whatever, I don't know.
Gonna show you why. They just put all those up over there.
And it just goes off the scales, way beyond the microwave oven, and he's not even outside. Imagine these poor sheeple walking on the street, oblivious, on their phones, no less. 1 in 3 men out there will die of cancer. Thanks to these 5G death hours, those numbers are going to double, ladies and gentlemen, and it's only going to get worse. You can't imagine the genocide that's coming thanks to this death tower network. Look at this power supply, look at these amplifiers, you know, basically connected to this giant cantenna. And it's, you know, it's amazing. People are going to be watching these things go up from their bedroom window. They're going to be across the street from everybody. And it's going to bring misery and mayhem, to say the least. These new and improved death towers are going to be at your shopping centers, your grocery stores, your schools, you know, right across the street from you, no escape. And that's the plan, ladies and gentlemen. No escaping these death towers, no escaping the eugenics program. Everybody should be horrified by the prospects of seeing one of these death trees, death towers, death pods from your bedroom window, you know, on your way to work. It's just not necessary. These things have a range of up to 250 miles in some cases, 5 miles for these little death pods that they're putting up everywhere. And of course, you know, since they can only put one carrier on a death pod, they're going to be, you know, putting 2 or 3, you know, of these poles clustered together. And I mean, it's just going to be a nightmare.
For lots of people it already is, and lots of people don't know what causes their problems. They might think there's something else going on, or that it's COVID-19.
This is testing of the millimeter wave in Middletown, Connecticut.
So qua COVID-19, then people have a dry cough, but the most important symptom is a fever. So if you don't have a fever, and even if you do, then you don't have to run off to the hospital. Only if it's a persistent fever and it's higher. You can read the details online. So I'm not advising anybody in that respect. People can read online on the websites of CDC and WHO what to do, and if the fever persists, if they then advise them to go to the hospital or not. So it's best to follow their advice. Most people don't have a fever, and they can be carriers of the virus nonetheless, of course. So it's all explained by WHO and CDC, and it's best to maintain the social distancing measures, to keep washing your hands. Also, if you're using colloidal silver, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you're Superman, etc. Superwoman perhaps, but not Superman. Because I'm Superman already, and there can only be one Superman. Lol.
See, it's maxing out almost.
Very interesting nonetheless. Thanks for the link, very good. Because it's interesting to see that the leakage of a microwave oven is a lot less than the 5G radiation. And they have these insane safety standards, etc. But what is most educational? Well, what we've seen before in this broadcast may be more educational. Let's watch another one sent by Tony. They're good. So the scientific study is in Spanish. Marseille, France. Oops. I'll first watch this with the audio off to see if I can review it in my broadcast. And the previous one was on a Greek channel name, so I cannot read out a channel name. Greek video. Perhaps if I have a Greek text-to-speech engine, but I doubt if I have that. Excusez-moi. I think I may know a way.
Tηλέμαχος
That's the name of the YouTube channel. Telemachos Ellas. Or Telemachos, perhaps. Alright, thanks for uploading it. And then I can move on to the next one. That's on E-Smog Fry. 5G Mobilfunksender Kellergasse Linz. Oh, so these are videos of people that measure the amount of cancer cell phone radiation coming from these cancer cell phone antenna phone masts. The towers. You know the drill. Sounds to me like it's drilling little holes in our DNA, in our chromosomes, etc. all through our bodies. Of course, that's not true. It's just damaging DNA and causing chromosomal damage and breaking DNA strands. It's not the same as drilling or little drill holes. Perhaps little drill holes would be preferred, actually. Next video. I noticed that they were attacking my throat when I was walking in my room. Then they start doing it, so it's really when I'm doing live videos, etc. And they can also control bodily functions and vocal cords, etc. And it's done by an AI and artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence. Utah, Florida, California. So some more measuring. And the previous one that we saw, how much this did that show? 1,800. So that's microwatt per square meter. That's the same measuring instrument I have, the HF35C of Gigahertz Solutions. And I don't have to turn on the picture anymore because I think all videos Tony sends are awesome, great videos people have made worldwide about this. "5G towers. And I was checking what the amount of radiation was. Well, it's even over 2000. At a certain point here, that's when it's over 2000. So it's near 2000 microwatt per square meter. So it's possible electrosensitive people would die when they are driving there. Though they would claim it's below that absurd safety standard, the unsafety standards that they've made to reduce the global population, so then you cannot press charges if you think you've been damaged by these antennas, etc. It's bye-bye. It's so allowed what we're doing, etc. Where did it open the video? The one I opened was Utah. Again. Perhaps it's this one.
I got a question for y'all. Y'all putting in 5G fiber?
Fiber tell workers admit 5G fiber going into schools. Well, fiber optic cable, that's great. When they're not using these Cantor cell phone antennas, fiber optic cable doesn't transmit radiation. I don't know if we're talking about a combination. Probably it's a combination. And if that could also indicate that they're also gonna put these wireless things in the schools and near the schools, and also especially near hospitals. It's part of Sustainability Agenda 21.
Yeah, I got a question for y'all. Y'all putting in 5G fiber? Because I'm hella stoked for 5G. So is this 5G fiber? Yeah. Okay. And it's gonna be on that tower, right?
One across the school.
Okay.
Yeah, one's at the school.
Okay.
And then down, there's a tower down across 4500 West. There's another one.
Okay.
So fiber optic cable is what you want because it's more reliable and faster than the fastest 5G. So 5G radiation networks, I mean, can never be as fast as the fiber optic cable and not as reliable either.
Yeah, I got a question for y'all.
So that was in Utah probably, and then the next one is Florida. I love Florida, great. Pompano Beach and Butterfly World and Everglades and what do they call it? Safari. It's a zoo you can drive through with your car. So it's a big piece of rainforest basically, with lions and other animals, a bit comparable to Jurassic Park. And of course it's risk people are taking to a certain extent. There are also videos of it on YouTube, ostriches attacking the car or lions, etc. So then it's best to roll up your window. Credit for the previous video goes to Gavin Burrows, and this one is uploaded by Mom with a Phone. Only 5 views thus far. Remarkable.
So yeah, look, like they work so quick. You can see all the concrete poles on the end of the street. So I guess they're securing that last one. I don't know. Oh, they see me recording. But yeah, that's the fun stuff. Just another day in paradise. Oh, they're turning onto my block. And then they're probably going over the train tracks to the more rough neighborhood. Yeah, look at those monsters. You could tell they're new. Like, that's all new metal. It's not corroded at all from the weather. It's very shiny. So yeah, it just used to be these ones, the wooden ones. We only had the cement pole for the cross light. But now, like, you can't even touch this thing. Post by 5. I mean, this definitely takes away from property value, by the way. Like, my house is right here. Look at the pole. It's ugly. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that real quick. If you liked my
Yes, these poles are definitely ugly, and my mother used to have problems with the neighbors on the other side. We had a lake in between placing things there. So she would have gone, she would have been very mad if these antennas would be placed near her house and blocking the view also to a certain extent. So if you look out of this window, then you can probably see this antenna as well. And this window here, you can definitely see it. But if they're doing this everywhere, then the house value might stay the same. Except for places where they don't have it there, the value might go up a lot. And the question is, what can the government do legally to prevent this rollout? And what are they supposed to do? What do the lawmakers think when it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt that this technology, 5G technology, is harmful to humans? May they still roll it out, or is it in violation of people's right to physical integrity? Is it a threat? It's definitely a threat to the US population and the global population when they're also going to roll out satellites. And they're in the process of doing that. They have several satellites already. There are videos showing the satellites filmed from Earth, basically.
video, please like and subscribe and share. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for uploading this video, Mom Without a Phone, good quality, and it's about the beginning of the video, I think. So, smart grid upgrade and frequency replacement, South Florida. So they're not placing 5G antennas. There are lots of people claiming they did that after declaring the pandemic, basically. California, yay. California. Uploaded by Discovering Real Truth.
¿Qué creen? Andando por esta comunidad, me gusta esta comunidad, está muy tranquila. Gente más anglosajona, porque pues estamos en la ciudad multicultural. Habemos de todos tipos de razas, todo tipo de lugares del mundo. Pero en esta comunidad anglosajona le acabo de preguntar a un ¿cómo se le dice? A un vecino de los que viven por aquí, alrededor de acá, que me di cuenta, bueno, que me di cuenta que ya les pusieron aquí su 5G antena, su 5G.
So yeah, people with the brain understand that these are reproducible studies, it's proven beyond any reasonable doubt, and it's time to shield ourselves against this stuff. So that's a step most people don't take. Also in their videos, you see almost nobody talking about shielding, even when they're talking about 5G, even about the harmful effects, etc. It's weird.
La antena de 5G, ahí está. Y pues son abusados porque si se dan cuenta, lo ponen en color café. En color café, no lo ponen en color metálico para que no se vea como una instalación nueva, ¿no? O sea, porque si lo ponen de color metálico, pues, por lógica se va a saber dónde están cada una porque son instalaciones nuevas, pero son inteligentes, mira. Es que la gente que vive alrededor acá no se da cuenta de nada de esto, brother.
Well, it's much harder for me to understand. Next one. So there are too many links and I just don't post this one. You can use YouTube search if you want to see that particular video. But thanks for uploading it. There's so many that I only want to post links to the best videos. And I have other tabs open, so I suspect that that's causing the delay. Perhaps I can turn this one off. And now it should begin to play. First the channel name. And it's 7 minutes, so then I can sit in the sun for minutes. Hopefully the browser doesn't crash. I closed 2 tabs, so that can also take time. It's weird when people close a lot of tabs, and that also takes a lot of time. And CPU. I want to get vitamin well reload and sit in the sun for a while. I've taken B12, don't know if I've taken 2 of them. And I think I've taken a probioticum forte. So even if I didn't, the placebo effect is still scientifically proven. Now, this is taking longer. Perhaps if I switch off my microphone. Perhaps reload. There. It is loading. It is slow. Ding ding ding. Live President Trump visits Phoenix, Arizona. Fox 10 Phoenix. With Air Force One plane. Against crossing Taginelis plane. This is uploaded by Hodgepodge.
I was gonna talk to this guy, but now.
School radiating death towers 5G 6E. WTF? Don't know 6E.
Oh, he turned around and walked away from me when he saw the camera. I was gonna talk to this guy, but now he turned around and walked away from me when he saw the camera. Right there. Right by the bleachers, and then Look at right across the football field. Right there. There's another one. Let's zoom in. School death tower. To right there. Right on your football field, your track.
So, because all these harmful effects are proven beyond any reasonable doubt, it is clear it also increases people's risk of dying, hence the term death towers, I suppose.
Now the guy's gone. Had to turn and run. It's Saturday.
And I suspect most of these people don't have the €250 shielding hoodie of vitalitools.nl.
Are all these people working?
So I'm really gonna sit in the sunshine for a while now, and I'll hear what he's saying in the background. I get the picture.
Why are they digging? They just dug lines over here. Got everything taped out. They're gonna be running, you can see across the street, it's all fresh. They're running that to all the schools up the road. 5G for your kids. Okay, we're at the next school. It's only about a quarter mile up the road. And let me zoom in a little bit. That's brand new. That's on top of this school. This is pre-K through 8th grade school. There's no tower here at this school, so they put this thing up right now, plus those other towers right down the road, those two towers, running lines down from the ground to the school. Okay, we're at the high school. That's about a mile and a quarter up the road from that last pre-K through 8, and kitty corner to that other. Hope this is coming in. I got the sun like right in my face. Let me see if I can zoom in. Well, yeah, we got only one tower at this high school. Right there. But it's centralized. There's baseball fields behind that. Here we have a soccer and a football practice field. The high school's right here. More equipment up there. Got basketball courts over here. You have a pre-K over there. And this is a inclusive learning center for really small kids. And that's right here. I'm on the corner of the building from that tower, so 5G test tower is going to be really radiating the kids. We got 3 mobile minis here. I don't know if they're working on the cold plasma air induction systems for this school or not. Everything on the other side's locked up, so but I'll try to get around. They were digging fiber optic cable over here 2 weeks ago. Underground fiber optic cable across the street. So we shall see. It's not looking good, people. This fall, all your kids, teachers, parents that come to the school for conferences, they're all going to get this real world Wuhan virus at that time. that tower. They are going to get it at this time. And people are really going to be falling over. People are going to be bleeding from their noses, coming out their mouth as a result of 5G and Wi-Fi. Let your school board know. Let your representatives know. Time is running out. I love y'all. Okay, here we are at the middle school. We have another tower here. This one's centrally located because on the other side is a pre-K through 5th grade. This one's 6th through 8. So we got a tower there, and then right across the street is a water tank. Right there. Camera on it, and then we got this big ass tower. Guys, I really hope this is coming out. I'm sure it is. It is just really sunny. But that one's right there. Just beaming rays. Everything's gonna be beaming right to your kids. That tower was put up about 3 months ago. You get under this line. There we go. Kind of in the shade here. Oh my God. Yeah, that's all new what they added on the bottom too. Look at that. The lights are on. The lights are on, Keys. All the lights are on. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning. Tax dollars at work. I'm also noticing
I didn't see the end of the video. I was on the balcony. He said, I'm also noticing anyway, thanks for uploading this hodgepodge. That's the name of the YouTube channel. So let's see another one. Hopefully a longer one. 5G fiber optic. Which one was this? It was this one probably. Okay, yes. And we're bees. Finally peace for the bees. No more honey collecting and all kinds of weird dancing, etc. And then they can finally be replaced with the Monsanto bees. I think I did hear somebody talk about radiation resistant seed, but I cannot find it with Google. So it might exist. Perhaps they've removed every trace of evidence about it. And perhaps it doesn't exist. That's my conclusion. Perhaps there is no cancer cell from radiation, microwave, radiation resistant seed for plants that grow also when exposed to higher amounts of microwave radiation. And that may fit in with generating a food shortage globally. So the question is how well things will keep on growing when exposed to the 5G radiation from the Starlink satellites, etc. But lots of people think that there is an effect on the bee populations, that they die, especially between two cancer cell phone antenna masts. I've covered another video that somebody did about it. So please keep on uploading it if you notice anything weird. That's why we have that cancer cell phone, so we can show our fellow humans what's happening in the world. To create a better future and timeline for ourselves, of course. And many of these people don't want to be in the cancer cell phone radiation themselves, so that's already a reason for them to make the videos. It is possible that people are also attacked with directed energy weapons. To prevent them from uploading these videos, etc. And the people doing that are super criminals involved in illegal population reduction. So that's why it's great. Some people do it anyway because they know it's criminal to roll this out and to expose us to the harmful microwave radiation.
Hi everybody, it's Friday, August 30th, 2019. Make sure I get it in the picture.
Well, the previous time I also thought already that radiation is transmitted like this basically, so it's not aimed at the beehives under these antennas. I don't know if they're removed, but then theoretically it might be the natural die-off that happens regularly and not caused by the antennas in this case, because the beehives are directly underneath them and not in the beam basically. So let's watch another one. I think Tony already sent the links to these two videos. I've already watched them. I don't know if I did a video about them as well. So there are other better videos showing the bees dying when exposed to cancer cell phone radiation.
Today is Friday.
Of 5G, and there's also a thermal image that shows that they are getting overheated basically. I've seen this one as well. Move to the next one. Check this about satellites. I'm not gonna keep the links to the bee videos at this point. I think there are better ones online. But perhaps I'm wrong. Judge for yourselves. I think the other video with these bees between these two cancer cell phone antennas is more convincing if you want to convince people that it's caused by 5G. These previous two videos were not convincing, I think. But okay, I don't remember too much. Anyway, thanks for uploading them all. It is nice to see good quality videos of our reality, what's happening in the world. So this is happening globally, and according to many people it's not a good thing. Live 5G Starlink satellite radiation positions, UK nighttime, dying in our sleep. Wow. 2,398 views uploaded by Enigma, 28 likes, 9 dislikes on 11th of April 2020, streamed live. Okay, this is another one. I'll download perhaps. 5G 60 GHz technology will kill us in the end. Are you feeling ill? Well, probably they're not using 60 GHz with these satellites, or is it? Well, I don't think he created them personally, but Enigma writes, Starlink satellites created by Elon Musk use 5G radio frequency technology that we know to be harmful to us in all types of ways. Check this archive of data. Alright, thanks for uploading. Is there any text with it? Thanks for uploading it anyway. And I've shown many studies already, but I'll put the link in the description. And this might show not 60 GHz, but Starlink satellites. And perhaps it's their position, basically. Set passes and set map. So people can find more information about where these Starlink satellites are hovering, if they're hovering above our heads or some other country, or above the Atlantic Ocean, for reception on the ocean. Okay, we checked that one. 5G fiber optic rollout during lockdown. Well, the fiber optic cable, I don't have any problems with that. As long as it's not harmful to human health, then I cannot be against that, basically. When it's the fastest connection, what was it, 100 gigabytes per second, and 5G radiation communication connections cannot beat that. They are always slower than the 5G fiber optic cable. If it's a combination of that with radiation, I don't think so. But if it would be, then I'd be against the radiation part. So I'm not against rolling out 5G fiber optic cable. Fiber optic cable. Wijnand Wouter van der Vet. 5G antenne voor ons huis geplaatst. Het ziet er ook heel vreemd uit. It looks very weird. Like some kind of peeping Tom put it there on the street lantern or something. But okay, it's no fun when it's beaming into your home. But is this real? And all of a sudden there was a 5G antenna in front of our door. We felt inexplainable pressure on our throat, chest, and light dizziness, or tingling on the legs, what you call it. Okay, thanks for uploading. That's also important. What we feel, describe what you feel. If you're hearing ringing in the head, if you're feeling pain, if you're feeling tired, all kinds of things that are out of the ordinary qua our health feeling good should be reported by us all as much as possible, so we get a better picture of what it's actually causing the most, what type of problems. Please translate the Spanish document and broadcast it, bro. That's this one. Perhaps.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Worldometer.
Josep Maria Perez Fernandez, Pandemia y 5G, or whatever. Estudio Científico de Bartolomé Bayeras, Pandemia y 5G. So it's about the pandemic and 5G. So that may be the original study. This has more pictures than the previous thing. Previous study. And I cannot just translate this with Google Translate, can I? Yes, I can. Translate selection to English. Inline translator. Bevel. If I do automatic detection into English, what happens then? My knee is hurting as well, and it's possible they do this with either 5G, it's a directable beam, also used for crowd control, and it's possible they do it with scalar waves. And last night they have been injecting that ringing in the head again, and it's done deliberately, so it could be a satellite, it could be 5G, it could be a scalar weapon in Poker Flat, Alaska, it can be a number of things, but I would think they do it with their scalar weapon like they always have. They've also tortured my teeth out of my mouth and my mother to death, and they used to induce that ringing in the head a long time ago already. And they are torturing me to death. I hope that it doesn't happen, but for now everything indicates that they are doing that, and then wishful thinking is not gonna help to make it stop, etc. Study of the relationship. Is this a better translation thing? We can listen to this voice of May Translate. Perhaps.
Estudio de la relación entre casos coronavirus, 1000H, y
Study of the relationship between coronavirus cases, 1000 hours. And location antennas 5G study of the correlation between coronavirus cases and the presence of networks 5G author, Bartolomé Parisi 1, date, March to April 2020 Introduction. The pandemic of COVID-19 and its effects in early 2020 has surprised scientists and politicians. Any study aimed at understanding the phenomenon and as a consequence may contribute to clarifying the causes, should be promoted and, or taken into consideration if it is carried out. In the social networks and alternative media, the aforementioned correlation in the statement, it is noteworthy that, at least in Spain, No media outlet has echoed the scientific studies on the subject, nor has it posed any questions to the government at the daily press conferences that it conducts to account for the state of the situation. Neither has it been, or has not transpired that the team of scientists advising the Spanish government has made a statement in this regard. It is common sense that being able to demonstrate this correlation would be an extremely important fact to contribute to the knowledge and solution of the problem. Objective assess whether there is such a correlation. Without going into the moment, in later cause-effect approaches in case the results are positive, as there is a sufficiently high statistical sample, it will allow us to grant, today, a greater reliability of the results obtained. Material and methods. Fortunately, the official statistical material that is published daily is a basic and valuable tool that we have used. It should be noted that in these publications, in general, the methodology used to count cases of coronavirus infections does not offer real data. In Spain and many other countries, it has not been calculated, as there are not enough tests for such analyses. But this does not alter the result of this work, since it is based on the comparative, not absolute, method of contagion. Therefore, to avoid statistical error, we will choose to compare the density value of confirmed coronavirus cases, expressed in number of cases, 1,000 inhabitants, instead of absolute values. Since the counting criterion by the health authorities within the same state or city is the same, the comparison of the published values for different cities or regions will be equally reliable for the statistic. Comparisons between different countries of confirmed cases, excluding asymptomatic cases, will be equally reliable. The possible exception of a non-transparent country that can manipulate the publication of your data is out of our scope. The method used was to compare the index, number of cases, 1,000 hours, between countries with or without 5G technology. Interregions of the same country with or without 5G technology. Between cities in the same state with or without 5G technology. Between different neighborhoods of the same city with a map of 5G networks in that city. Comparing states with common borders with and without 5G technology. Comparing the case of one state within another, such as the case of San Marino. The data from each scheme have been taken the same day. 1. Biologist from the University of Barcelona. Specialized in microbiology. He has published research papers. He worked and investigated in the Huber Pharmaceutical Laboratories in Barcelona with bacteria and viruses of La Varroa. He created and worked in the Department of Marine Microbiology at the Oceanographic Laboratory of Palma, Mallorca. Clinical analysis at Centre d'Analysis Clinics in Palma. Genetic engineering, episomal exchange between Paragolobacter and Citrobacter C3 with bacteriophage. Biogram, method to evaluate the activity of vitamin B12. Study of marine bacterial contamination in the port of Milan. Professor of mathematics, physics, chemistry and biology at M. He discovered the DALI code with which he encrypted his messages in his tables. Results graphics and data published below. 1. Graph of the 9 countries with the most infections on the planet. 2. Graph and indexes of 5 countries with the most infections in Europe. 3. Graph and indices of 4 nearby countries in the same latitude, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece. 4. Chart and indices for Italy, San Marino, Croatia. 5. Italy. Contagion chart and 5G6 network, Spain.
So I'm just want to let it read, and so it will also read the conclusion. I will be sitting on my balcony. Thanks for making this study, great material, and the question is what can be done. Of course they could potentially roll back the 5G network and replace it with Tesla's radiant energy using frequencies beneficial to humans instead of cancer cell phone radiation, also because it's faster, etc. But perhaps they want to keep that technology secret. And there are others that want to reduce the global population, so that can be a major reason to roll this out.
5G coverage chart and indices. 7. Barcelona, charts with 5G coverage and indices. 8. Madrid, 5G coverage charts and indices. 9. New York, coronavirus and 5G network incidence graph. 10. Border effect between Mexico and the US. 11. Graph 5G networks and indices in Canada, USA and Mexico. 12. Africa. 5G 13 network graph, Persian Gulf. 5G network and US military bases. 14. China, graph and indices of China and neighboring countries. The 5 countries with the most infections from Europe with 5G technology. The African country with the most cases of coronavirus is the Republic of South Africa, the only one that has 5G. China in national countries results in discussion for to know whether or not the result obtained is that of a random phenomenon. The statistical analysis of the results of an experience must be completed with the calculation of the probability of the event occurring. The probability calculation is obtained by dividing the number of favorable cases by the number of possible cases. If the result shows that it is not a random phenomenon, it must be assumed that causal, sufficient reason to analyze the causes. To eliminate any upward error, we will always opt for the most conservative numerical option. Examples discussed above. Probability that the 9 countries with the most infections on the planet are countries with 5G networks. There are 194 countries on the planet. As of March 6, 2020, according to the GSMA, there are 24 countries with 5G technology. 1. PR equals 24 194 by 23 193 by 22 192. 9 times total, equals 0.1237 by 0.1191 by 0.1145 by 0.1099 by 0.1052 by 0.1005 by 0.0957 by 0.0909 by 0.0860 equals 1.47 by 10, raised minus 9. Probability is 1 in 680 million if we include Japan that also has 5G and with an index similar to South Korea. The probability is 1 in 8,500,000,000 b. Probability that the 5 countries with the most infections in Europe have 5G networks. In Europe there are 49 countries of which it is difficult to know today which are currently deploying 5G. Since there are 5 that have declared a moratorium and many others they do not have operational networks, although the companies publish as if they already were when they only have signed agreements, we will calculate it downwards. As a conservative option, we will assume that about 15 countries have the 5G system operational. PR equals 1549 by 1448 by 1347 by 1246 by 1145 equals 0.00157. The probability is 1 in 637 c. San Marino. The case of San Marino is highly significant since, being located within the Italian territory, with a similar culture, economy and social level, it presents much higher rates of infection. The only difference is the time of exposure of its citizens to 5G radiation, because it was the first state in the world to implement such technology on September 4, 2018, while in Italy it was on June 5, 2019. This opens the doors of the debate on the probable influence of 5G on the increase of the decontagios index. PR equals 194 by 194. The probability is 1 in 37,636. It is obvious that these figures are sufficiently eloquent that it is not necessary to add the calculation of the other cases. Conclusion 1 Superscripto. The results obtained clearly demonstrate a clear and close relationship between the rate of coronavirus cases and the location of 5G.2 Superscripto antennas. This study does not analyze the beneficial or harmful effects caused by humans from 5G electromagnetic radiation. But if it points in the sense of a possible cause-effect in the current pandemic. Third, it is significant, original and exclusive of this pandemic, which presents a border effect, with marked differences between contiguous states with or without 5G implantation. It is especially significant that the neighboring countries of China have very low rates of infection. Also observed between Mexico and the USA or between Portugal and Spain, etc. Fourth, the case of San Marino is especially important. The first state in the world to implement 5G, therefore, the state where its citizens have been exposed to such radiation the longest, and suspiciously, the first state in the world to be infected. The probability of this happening is 1 in 37,636.5 superscripto. In the cities studied, Madrid, Barcelona and New York, the aforementioned correlation is also observed. It is very significant that in the African continent, with scarce health resources, but without 5G, the index is extremely low, except for some antennas in the Republic of South Africa. Coincidentally, it has the highest numbers of infections in Africa. The indices are diluted. Indices for some regions are influenced by cities with 5G, but the index of those cities is diluted in those of the region to which they belong. Therefore, it is more significant, as in the case of Spain, to compare single province autonomous communities, than among those made up of 3 or more of the old provinces. Thus we see that some communities with 5G, such as La Rioja, Madrid, Navarra, have rates between 4 and 8 times higher than others without 5G. The same thing happens in other cities in the world where the 5G network does not cover the entire territory of the state or region. 8 superscripto. These data and results have the value of being taken in vivo, not based on perspective or laboratory studies. Never in history have we had so much epidemiological information on a disease in humans to be able to carry out scientific studies. A formula to be able to answer the question of cause and effect would be to be able to disconnect, as a minimum preventive measure, 5G networks, and see the results of the evolution of coronavirus cases. It would also be studying the index in some state that has declared the 5G moratorium once the pandemic has started and studying whether the statistics change. For all that has been said and calculated, I consider it urgent to take into account the data and conclusions of this study. Given the current serious circumstances of the pandemic, it is the responsibility of the media and of the political and health authorities to take urgent measures. Knowing this study and not acting could be considered negligence or even prevarication. April 14, 2020 Bartomeu Parisi cipher.
That was provocation. Right, excellent idea. Turn them off. See if there's a drop in COVID cases, etc. Test if there's any correlation. Prove once and for all that there is none. Or that there is. Well, I don't want that because they're doing it deliberately, of course. And they're brainwashing themselves with the lie that there is no correlation. Or copying the same article, the same story, all these mainstream media websites. And that may give many people the idea that it's true. And they all write the same thing, more or less. And it must be true. Okay. So then I covered all the links that I wanted to cover. Thank you all for watching. Tune in next time on Perfect Society. Thank you Tony, and thank you all for your likes, subscribes and shares on your timeline. People like us need more views to be the positive change we want to see in our timeline, in our future, to create a perfect society, to control factors that control aging in time, and not just live longer lives, but also a higher quality life. And well, I advocate arresting people, advocate a population reduction with any numbers, direct, public and open incitement to commit genocide. And now I think I really want to catch some sunshine before it's gone. So thank you all for watching. Kiss for single ladies who would like one. and see you all next time on Perfect Society. Peace out.